Economic data coming out right now. A ton of economic data. CPI, jobless claims. We'll see what the market reaction is. It's already 8:30. Oh, what do we got? What do we got? Let's go CPI. Let's see the reaction here. So far, SPY getting walloped here. Yikes. What is happening? Markets are under pressure. Gold seeing a little bit of distribution here. We have continuing jobless claims, 1,939K. Inflation coming in line on a month-over-month basis. Ooh, initial jobless claims, 263,000. Holy moly. Initial jobless claims, guys. That is crazy. What a ripper in gold. Dollar imploding. We finally hit that psychological over 253 initial jobless claims coming in hot. Oh, wow. Inflation kind of in line, but initial jobless claims. This market, I wouldn't be surprised if we sell off. Whoops. Let me redo that one. That was filthy, guys. Massive deterioration in the employment data. So your job loss claims coming in at 263K. Your CPI pretty much coming in line month over month, coming in a little bit heavier. That was crazy. Gold trying to go back to the positive side. Bitcoin still green, but seeing a little bit of pressure. You have rates falling off of a cliff here, guys. Look at the rates. US 10-year yield dropping sharply. We are entering a full-blown recession. Look at the US 2-year yield. Your initial job loss claims. Let me bring up this chart here for you guys. This is the bad number, I'm telling you. This initial job loss claims finally printing. Finally printing a move above. Wait till this bar opens, but we finally got a higher high. We took out that 250K print from June 12th. That is filthy. That is filthy. Gold trying to rip. So I think this market is set up for a potential reversal and sell-off. Honestly, I really, really do. So let's let things settle down right now. But rates falling off of a cliff. The dollar got absolutely smoked. Back to the negative side. Bitcoin selling off. Look at that dollar candle. Look at BTC. Let's see IWM. That's gone back to the negative side. So an asset class that should in theory have positive correlation to lower interest rates is kind of selling off, and we might enter the scenario where are we going to start pricing in a recession? Massive breakdown. Massive breakdown. But inflation pretty much comes in line. Only the month over month data was slightly higher. But other than that, I mean, everything's pretty kosher except for that job loss number. That's a nasty print in my opinion. Look at this Dixie tumble. So now we got to watch to see whether gold holds its gains because at some point the Dixie's going to fall too quickly, too fast. And that's a failed pattern on the Dixie. That's crazy. That is crazy. Even Bitcoin's still seeing a little bit of distribution here, but that Dixie is the main one that really came under pressure. Hey, welcome, Henry. Welcome, welcome. Happy to have you on board. Happy to have you on board. I'm just letting the dust settle here, guys. I want to see how this market wants to open up. So far, gold is acting really, really well. But across the board, that is some very, very, very weak data on the employment front. See how SPY's reacting. So even SPY can't really hold on to these gains. The only thing that seems to be holding up right now is bonds and gold. Gold turning slightly positive. Crude oil went negative. Everything is seeing some distribution here. There's pockets of strength still. You know, you look at open. You look at CNC. What a crazy move there on CNC. S&P still under a bit of pressure here. See what happens. All right, I'm just going to do my usual scan of the market just to see what is going on. And then we will jump into some trading charts. So I'm still trying to digest some of this data. I'm still digesting some of this data myself. It's all live. So we just got to be a little bit patient here. See what we got going on. Unusual volume today. Let me just take a quick peek. Nothing in terms of, oh, China ADR. Okay, that's nothing there. All right, those are all too small for me to trade. Most volatile, nothing there. Most trades today. What is this Mogu? Interesting. A China ADR that's pumping to the high side here. Wow. Okay, let me keep going through. That's obviously, we'll touch base on that. What are devices, really? Global. Okay, go back to our top gainers. So Mogu shares are trading higher after the company approved a strategic allocation of up to 20 million of corporate assets to digital currencies. So this Mogu seems to be another kind of crypto allocation. So that's obviously something that's interesting. That's all. That could be another Ethereum pump and dump kind of play. China ADR. Let me see what else we got going on here. AbbVie shares are trading higher after the company announced it has settled litigation with all generic. Okay. GCT, Cohen's, Scholes. I'm just scrolling through my major news feed here, guys. So CPI read airfares jump higher in August amid solid booking trends. Airfares in the US rose 3.3% in August compared to a year ago on an adjusted basis. No, I'm gonna hold CNC. I'm holding CNC. So I think that this one they absolutely just crushed it. I want CNC to retest. I'm in it for the long haul. I'm gonna hold common shares. I want to see a retest this 42 pivot. If you're wanting to take profits at some point, I mean, I still think that it's probably gonna work itself back up to this 41.80, 42 pivot. So I know it's having a really big move today, but I'm gonna hold it. I've sat through a lot of volatility on it. But if you're in profit, I mean, not a bad thing to do is to trim profits. That's for sure. Sir. So this is why Centene is ripping here. Yeah. So CNC. So basically, Centene executive says Medicaid results for July and August support improved trajectory for back half of the year, has been able to refile its state coverings 95 of its memberships for 2026. So that's very bullish. And when you look at what else is going on, the Centene shares are trading higher after the company backed its fiscal year 2025 guidance, which was above consensus estimates. So CNC backs its consensus. So there's a lot of speculation that CNC wasn't going to meet its consensus due to obviously regulations and changing in the Medicaid sector, but that has been wiped away. So this stock can likely go higher. I mean, you look at where it gapped down on the news was really over here, and CNC was getting depressed already into that gap, and then they just absolutely knifed it when they came out with that potential guidance warning, and now we are seeing CNC under some near-term pressure, so it's going to be really, really interesting. All right, let me see what else is going on here. Celsius holding shares are trading higher after Goldman Sachs initiated coverage. Okay, nothing too bad there. Egg prices remain elevated amid avian flu influenza. Quantum shares, blah, 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 blah. All right, that's enough of the news. Let me just see a couple of the things here, and then we'll get into some charts. There is quite a bit to discuss today. Yes, there is. Just want to check my upgrades and downgrades really quickly. Please cover some individual stocks here in a moment, guys. I'm just Still looking at some of this data, as it's always important to understand the macro backdrop of what is occurring. I'm just looking at some of these upgrades, downgrades here, guys. Huey getting some upgrades. That's crazy. All right, let's see. Downgrades. Nothing. Apple got downgraded today. See, any stocks got initiated. Soundhound got some initiation today. Mystera, Synopsis, or Synaptic, sorry, got initiated. Okay. Reiterated. Apple's the only one that got downgraded today. Crazy. We'll see if all right, let's get ready here. Let me just grab some more coffee, guys, and then we're going to discuss some of the trade setups. You know, just stand up here, do some charting. So we are seeing that Dixie make a nice recovery. Let me monitor those yields. I want to keep my eye on those. Okay, those are making a recovery as well. Very cool. Very cool. I just gotta throw up something else here. So right now we have gold negative. Let's actually just go to the full screen here. So we have gold seeing some slight distribution, initial pop, and then it looks like maybe a little bit of a liquidity grab. So what I'm observing for gold is gold had that little inverse head and shoulders. It appears to be failing, but they're trying to save it off of a higher or lower low liquidity sweep here. So it's going to be interesting to see if gold can hold on to these prices. Dixie obviously having a bit of a failed breakdown here. It broke out of the neckline. Now it's retesting a little bit lower. So the pattern of this initial inverse head and shoulders has failed. But that being said, you are retesting that lower boundary support trend line that we have going back to your summer in June there. So if it can hold that, the Dixie is going to consolidate and try to grind and float higher. But the Dixie's still at a little bit of a longer term support. You're just obviously getting material breakdown in the economy and labor market. All right, so crude oil under some pressure this morning. That's taking a nice dive after, again, it was looking like it was trying to break out. Yet again, seeing more distribution in likely recessionary fears. So crude oil has a tendency to fall at a rate of 2 to 1 compared to the S&P 500 if the market prices in a global slowdown. Natural gas right now is under a little bit of pressure, still consolidating on the daily chart. Again, the key area that I'm watching is your 50 and 7. You're losing the 7, slightly losing the 50 right now, holding above this neckline. Inventories are set to take place for nat gas right now. I'm hoping for a dip into the 20-day moving average, and that becomes a bit of a buy in the overall nat gas space. Okay. All right, let's keep scrolling along here. We got Bitcoin that's just chopping sideways. It briefly went negative on the print, but now it's trying to grind a little bit higher. Chart pattern on BTC is not looking too bad, but obviously it's going to be influential with market liquidity and what the overall dollar does today. So Bitcoin not doing too bad. We'll discuss SPY later. I do have some levels. Chart looks a little bit complicated right now, but your IWM is your best performing indice right now. So small caps are certainly leading the charge to the upside in the near term. Amazon's green, Nvidia's green, Apple just barely green, Google slightly green, Meta green, Tesla green. Tesla's outperforming all your mega caps, then Amazon. So consumer discretionary is liking the lower rates aspect right now. Okay, 10-year yield down 0.37, 2-year yield down 0.47. I haven't showed you the 10 and 2 spread for a while. So I just want to bring that to your attention again. It's always something I'm watching on the back end of the market because it looks like we were breaking out, guys, and it had a bit of a failed breakout on the 10 and 2 spread. And I'm not going to go into the macro thesis around this, but the 10 and 2 failed breakout here in the near term, you are hitting technical support, but this does give the ability for equity markets to rally. This is a little bit of a failed breakout. So we haven't made a higher high yet. Still we're putting in higher lows, but we're also putting in still some lower highs in the near term. But likely the next rally is going to be the official breakout in this 10 and 2 spread. So keep your eye on that. And you're trading well above that inversion line. We'll see what happens. It looks like we're kind of in almost, I would say, this vicinity of this bull flag breakout, but we're getting very close to that breakout. So we'll see what likely wants to happen and occur. Just got to be patient. Bonds are a longer term signal. So it takes a bit of time for these longer term macro events to play out. That's for certain. All right, let's get into the stocks. Individual names that are shaking and moving today. Let's quickly discuss some things. So, ticker Wolf, seeing a little bit of buy side pressure, but it's inside of a bearish sell off. Nothing for me to do there. CNC grading a great pump. This is one that we have been long for a long time. Finally starting to make a little bit of a move back to the positive side here. Nevertheless, CNC reaffirming their guidance, and that is always a positive thing because this gap down came on the back of Medicaid regulations, expectations of lowering guidance, expectations of not meeting guidance, and look what ended up happening. Now that they're reaffirming their 2025 guidance, maybe we're going to head for the gap fill. You know, that's the next logical target. You look at UNH. UNH has had a stunning breakout to the high side. We've obviously taken a whole bunch of profits off of that name, both on the 340 November and 340 January call. So that trade has been a gift that has given us a lot of love. XLV trying to make a little bit of a move here, looking like a bit of a bull flag consolidation. You can see the weekly charts looking very constructive on XLV, likely going to press the top of this wedge pattern. All right, let's keep scrolling along here. S&PS, so that saw a pretty sharp fall yesterday, and now it's getting a pretty decent sized bid. You can see S&PS came right into this, again, weekly retest zone. So notice how this was your weekly bar that you closed on. Then you had this fake little liquidity grab and reversal. So that's where it ended up stalling. This one could easily run back up to say 426. But it's still tough to trade after a big gap down. I would wait for pullbacks if you're looking to go long on that name. Keep your tight stop loss. All right, so we just touched base on that. Molina Healthcare is another one that's seeing some high side distribution. So the whole healthcare complex is very strong today. Very, very strong. Micron continuing to see some vertical price action, blasting off into a potential ATR level 2. Very strong chart right now. I wouldn't touch a short on Micron up until you really want to sweep this high. That's where Micron's going to go. So Micron's one that dips are likely going to continue to be bought, guys. Look at that strong price. It's just a one-way freight train to the upside. Let's look at Celsius. Celsius also trying to push up here. Open Door Technologies trying to push up to the upside. Let's see what else we have here. Elv, that's pushing. Interesting. Let me just take a couple peeks at something. We'll also look at some of the consumer staples that just reported. So Open gapping up on Shopify CEO, pushing to the upside. That one becomes a short today. But the bigger levels lie around some monthly chart resistance. All right, let's look at so Adobe reports earnings after the bell, guys. That's going to be a big one for your cloud-based sector. So I'm gonna watch Adobe carefully because I've been wanting to trade on the long side, but I've just been staying away from it, to be honest. But I am watching Adobe because I do think that the company is starting to make a little bit more sense, I guess, the easiest way to put it. So that's going to be one that's on watch for a earnings report to after the bell. You did get Kroger reporting earnings this morning. So Kroger missed on the revenue, 33.9 billion versus 34.05 expectation. Beating on EPS though. Right now Kroger is pushing to the upside here, and you can see why the technical pattern was set up here. A nice little falling wedge pattern can be observed, guys, on Kroger. Beautiful little breakout to the high side there. That's a nice move. That's a really nice move on Kroger. Let's look at some of those other sympathies. Let's look at PG. Procter. Yeah, Procter's seeing a little bit. How's Walmart doing? Walmart trying here. Costco. Costco's a little bit weaker. That's a nasty bearish engulfing. But Costco, believe it or not, is at some support here. It's an aggressive long. So Costco's an aggressive long here, and you could use your stop loss at that low of day or the closing price. So that's how I would trade Costco if I were to do anything. Checking something on the back end here. Just give me a second. All right, so let's jump into things here and continue to analyze the stock market. Yeah, shit data and everything is ripping. That's because algos are buying things up right now. Smart money will likely sell into this. I'm actually hoping for a bigger move to the upside. That same strategy as yesterday, guys. We're not going to overcomplicate anything, but basically, if that S&P 500 gaps up into new all-time highs, let's look at the SPX here. It's a little bit cleaner. But if the SPX gaps up into new all-time highs and presses, then I'm going to look to fade it again. Same thing, right? You go back on your chart, look at your all-time highs, right? All-time high faded, all-time high faded, all-time high faded, all-time high faded, faded. You know, a little bit of fading here. All-time high faded, all-time high faded, faded intraday, fade a little bit. Enough for us to scalp. Big fade, big fade, you know, fade, fade. So I love that. I love it. I get excited when the markets gaps up. But it's not that big of a gap up, and we're still inside yesterday's high. So the strategy is not as sound as it usually is. I would say that. So the levels that I'm watching now, we have this wedge pattern on the S&P 500 that is starting to get tighter. It's getting very, very tight, that wedge pattern. All right, but enough about the indices. We've got plenty of time to digest those. I'm just looking through some of these other earnings here. Nothing else to report. Let's keep going through some of our big pre-market movers. Some of them on the downside this morning. Let me just see some of the other ones. Thermo Fisher, that's showing some strength. Adobe, ProShares, Ultra ETH. Interesting. Interesting. All right, some of the losers again. Elf Beauty. Let's look at that name. ELF. Yeah, that's back to the positive side. Let's look at AMD here. It's also back to the positive side. Open Doors still up about 33%. Oracle seeing another little bid today, retracing some of that little bit of wick distribution that it had. Just looking through my list here. Yeah, CNC. I'm seeing a lot of strength in your healthcare. You're seeing some buy pressure coming back into China. So Baba gapping back up to the high side. You have Baidu pushing back up to the high side here. Let's look at NIO. That's catching a bit of a bid. Chegg catching a bit of a bid. IQ trying to bounce a little bit. 10-cent music, TME. This is a daily chart that's not looking bad at all, guys. If this breaks out of this bull flag, TME, 10-cent music is looking like it could start to run. Really, really could run. Crude oil still absolutely knifing here. All right, let me go through my bigger list now. Get a pulse on this market. Space stocks are showing a little bit of positive price, nothing crazy. RKT, that's up a little bit on the session. Certain consumer staples are mixed. Yeah, Micron's just ripping, guys. What a crazy move on Micron. That is a big, big move. Yeah, Micron's definitely leading semis today. Octo. What is happening with my Octo chart? Sorry, Octa. Octa trying. Let's look at on. That's under some pressure still. TSM. Come in just a little bit. AVGO. AVGO's coming in just a touch. Still a very extended move. Steel stocks are showing some strength. Energy's down today. Yeah, so a lot of strength back in China today. And that's part and parcel due to the US dollar falling sharply. A little bit of positive price in your cannabis names. Let's look at nuclear today. Uranium. Uranium's still just grinding higher, guys. Oklo's probably going to try to get a continuation bid. SMR showing some strength today off of this little bit of a support level. So SMR is not looking too bad from a bit of a tradable bounce. We have a nice defined low, a nice wide range red bar low. So SMR is not looking too bad, especially since uranium is still at the highs of its chart. A lot of these stocks have kind of diverged from the underlying commodity, which is telling us there's clear distribution. SMCI today, that's seeing a little bit of positive strength. GME getting sold into. Let's look at MNMD. This one's kind of flying under the radar. Trying to hold strength today. But tested your 7, holding your 7-day moving average. Not looking too bad. Yeah, Celsius is ripping. Let's see if there's sympathy bids. Let's look at our semiconductors here. So semis are still showing some strength across the board. Semis look like they're trying to break out of this flag pattern, guys. So still showing some decent strength. But AMD is weak, so that's your heaviest weighted semiconductor play. Firm showing some strength. Ethereum up 1%. So your SMH is stronger than your SOX today. Google just went negative in the pre-market. Apple catching another bid. So Apple's getting very oversold here on your daily chart. Right into a big volume zone. It's likely going to try to trade back to 230 today. So if Apple dips, it's probably a bit of a buy entry. Bitcoin struggling right now. That's under some pressure. All right, let me just do a quick sector check and then we'll go through the indices. So, in terms of individual stocks, I mean, there's a couple that I'm looking at. The main one I did post in the live trading chat, guys. But obviously, as the market digests some of this data, there should be more opportunity that present themselves. But let me just do a quick sector check and then we'll go through the indice expectations. We'll look at the IWM and the Qs. Let's get ready for this open, guys. So sector check right now. So regional banks slightly green, materials XLB down, communications are slightly green, but Google's under a little bit of pressure, so we got to watch that. XLE is down 0.58%. That appears to be the worst performing sector. Industrials are green, technology XLK green yet again. Real estate is kind of flat, utilities are slightly green, healthcare is strong today, and consumer discretionary. So technology, healthcare, consumer discretionary are your big performer space. So really healthcare is your strongest, energy is your weakest. So it's looking like long healthcare stocks, continuation, short energy, bit of a pairs trade if you're doing sector ETF pairs trading. Then your XLK sector, that's showing strength yet again, trying to break out. XLY, so your Teslas and Amazons. Again, Tesla's been trying to break out here for such a long time. It had an attempt here, but the positive is that it's still holding above its daily chart moving averages, and you're getting them to start to slope up. So Tesla's on watch for a bit of a squeeze here, especially on the back of these falling rates. The 10 and 2-year yields, though, have firmed up just a little bit. And interestingly enough, I think gold is becoming a short today. It's so extended. At some point, this is gonna really start to have at least a 2 to 5% correction. At some point. Dixie's trying to bounce off of that pre-market low. All right, let me just turn off this ATR level. Let's just do a quick yield check. So 10-year yield trying to bounce and holding steady. Again, yields have absolutely fallen off of a cliff here, but they are very oversold in the near term. So we'll see if they want to stabilize. They've certainly made a leg lower in anticipation of a weakening economy. GDX looks like it's due for a pretty big fall today, guys. So GDX put options today probably work out. There's a strong chance that we could see a pretty decent sized correction. But all right, let's look at the indices here. So we'll look at SPY. And right now, SPY is underperforming the Qs, so that is a better short. But I would look for SPY. Again, we shorted that yesterday pretty much near the exact high. We waited for the opening, 30 minutes. We were patient. And that trade ended up printing massive profits. 300% on the runners. But I want to see SPY sweep this high here and now come into, I would say, 654.80, 655. I'm not going to overcomplicate it, but if we get a push off of the open into this next little resistance, just like we did yesterday, we let it pierce that resistance trend line, and I look for a short. Other than that, I'm not chasing a gap up. Gap ups are notoriously designed to trap you guys. So just understand that buying long, yes, we could go higher on the market today. There's certainly the backdrop for it with yields in the dollar soft, but just understand that the backdrop for gap ups is to really snake and trap liquidity. People FOMO, they chase it. It could work out, but they could easily rip it right back down. I'm waiting for a short level up to a new all-time high on SPY, which I think we could get. All right. IWM right now is the weaker indice. So that's another one that again is also into a bit of a short setup. If we look at some of the chart patterns here, the only thing you need to be careful with about IWM is that they defended this lower boundary support line with a pretty sharp reversal into the end of the session. So IWM, I would personally only wait to short it. You could be aggressive and short it with a tight stop loss above this little resistance candle here. But the better technical level to wait for a short on the Russell is around this 237-ish, this downsloping trend line. So the Russell right now, if you get a pullback and they defend this previous opening range low, that's an aggressive buy. I'm personally not interested in buying the Russell, especially since the labor market data is deteriorating pretty quickly. I'm not really looking to buy that, but we'll see what happens here. Anyways, I got some individual names that I will much prefer to play. We're going to do a split screen here. We'll keep the S&P 500 open. Just see the 1 minute chart. So yeah, we're well above that EMA. And one thing I want you to observe is notice how yesterday we lost that 1 minute EMA and then we were trading around it, below it, now we're back above it. So there's a strong chance that we could come back down to that area. There is. There is a strong chance. All right, let me flip back to certain names here. All right, guys, we got a few minutes here till the open. I'll stick open up here for us. So open has had a remarkable move to the upside, starting to come in a little bit. You can see there is a resistance trend line here. And you can see there is a resistance zone here. All right, let's get ready for the open here, guys, ladies and gents. Five minutes till the open. And just remember, good morning, curveballs. So looking at figure here for curveballs. Whoops. Yeah, so that opens a little bit later, right? Today. So you bought Chewy? Yeah, Chewy had that epic move, high volume breakdown yesterday, getting a bounce today. I still think Chewy's going to sweep this little bottoming tail. That's where I'm waiting for, right at that weekly 200 and weekly EMA. But right now you are getting a bounce, so. But just understand, if the market starts to deteriorate, Chewy's probably going to go lower. But ton of support right at this area. That would shape up a lot of bears to try to short this head and shoulders. You would pile in a lot of bearish short liquidity and then you could potentially get a little bit of a near-term pop and reversal. But I like it right in that 34 Pierce zone. But as of now, yeah, they're defending price off a gap up and the market's strong, right? So, all right, so we do have the Dixie trying to bounce just a touch here. It's still weak on the session. Broadcom just went back to the positive side. Let's keep open on watch. We got quite a bit of stocks that we will watch here as well in terms of high volume movers. Yesterday, Snapchat, Apple, SoundHound, Open, Neo, SoFi were all red on the session. Palantir showed some strength. Tesla showed some strength but got faded from the highs. Nvidia showed remarkable strength. Oracle, of course. If you're wanting to trade open on the long side, it's a very aggressive long trade. Very aggressive. It has come in from the highs. You can see it's chopping around here. All right, they're pushing SPY up here. Nat gas still negative, gold down 0.5%, crude oil down 1.7. Transport stocks may continue to see another bid higher. With energy breaking down, transport stocks, basically their highest input cost starts to wane, which theoretically should help margins. Yeah, CNC is just ripping, guys. CNC is absolutely ripping. I'll keep this pre-market window open for open, but it's a really big gap up. Let me just mark that gap up zone so everyone understands where it lies. Whoops. So, again, guys, next week we have the all important FOMC interest rate decision. Are they going to run the markets up into the rate cut? That could be the potential that we're looking at in the market. But at some point, guys, mark my words, this economic data that we're seeing in the labor market, especially that initial job loss claims, finally making a higher high in the job loss claims, is crazy. Figure goes live at 7:20. The IPO is 25. Wow. I bought some Wilds last night because it's massive. Wow, Wilds is pumping this morning, right? Look at Wilds this morning. Oh, what's the ticker here? All right, guys, we are open here. All right, SPY, you can see, is still under a little bit of pressure here. Minor pressure for the S&P. Open still holding steady. Wilds is up 30%, Open up 27, Oracle's green, Apple's green, Tesla green. CoreWeave under some pressure. Good to see CoreWeave still weakening here. Gold is trying to catch a bid. Palantir seeing some distribution. Ticker Wolf just went negative. S&P still trying to fight here. CNC coming in. Open is still trying to hold steady. GDX is under a little bit of near-term distribution, but trying to get a big buy the dip. Yeah, Wilds is up 31%. Nice job there, Curve. Nice job there. That's a big mover. Nvidia still up 1%. Open still holding some bullish structure. AVGO under a little bit of pressure. All right, S&P starting to push here. Come on, S&P. Get to our level, and I'll be a happy camper. S&P 500. SPY's trying to push here, guys. Dixie softening. Broadcom seeing some distribution. Ethereum still strong. Apple still showing some strength. China stocks are still trying to press. All right, Broadcom is seeing some distribution. AVGO seeing some net distribution. CNC coming in. You still have positive price in certain names here. CNC coming in. Broadcom is weakening here, guys. Gold still down. Crude oil still down. Nat gas still down. Yield still soft. SPY up 0.35. QQQ outperforming right now. That's up 0.48. IWM also seeing some strength. Mogu, that's up 150%. Another little bit of an Ethereum treasury. This is going to end the same way as Octo. And Octo obviously changing its tickers yesterday. Nevertheless, we'll see what happens. Nebula is still strong. Micron up 9%, guys. Micron is a beast. Look at that name. on Micron. That is filthy, filthy, filthy. There might be a trade on Micron as well. There might be a short scalp on Micron, guys. That's had a blow off move and a half. If that comes into that double top, guys, Micron is a flat out short at that double top. Wow. That is a freaking crazy, crazy move on Micron. I'm even tempted here. A scalp short on MU, that is crazy. They are pumping that name. A little bit of red starting to appear on individual names. China stock still holding some strength. Apple's green. Bitcoin's gone negative. Trying to actually climb here a little bit. BTC. Gold still seeing some top wick distribution. S&P 500 still trying for that liquidity sweep. Can they do it? Nvidia is still doing quite well. Intel's green. Broadcom's struggling a little bit, guys. Looking at AVGO. That's coming in a little bit. That's also a leading semiconductor name. Micron is just absolutely pumping to the high side here. What a beast. Let's look at Nvidia. Nvidia coming in just a little bit. Oracle's coming in hard, guys. So some of your leaders are starting to break down here. We may see QQQ actually take a backseat to the S&P 500, especially if we see healthcare stocks remain firm. We could easily see the Qs retake some leadership. All right, come on, push a little bit higher here, open. Open's hitting some monthly chart resistance off of that 811 zone, but considering it traded through that area once, it's probably going to try to get there through that again. GDX seeing a little bit of distribution. BABA still strong. CNC getting some slight profit taking, but still acting well. Yeah, Oracle's coming in hard. Oracle is coming in hard. It's now down 2.84%. Broadcom down 0.85. So some of your leaders from yesterday are really, really struggling here on the tape, guys. Those are some nasty. Come on, open. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. S&P 500 still showing some strength, but seeing some top wick distribution here. Come on. Don't come in, SPY. You're going to miss my level? Come on, man. Keep pushing. I'm being patient with SPY. I think we get there. I'm waiting to see some distribution signals in Micron. That's not really occurring just yet. A-Lab still showing some strength. Micron still a beast, guys. Up 10%. NIO up 3. ENVX, that's gapping down here. ENVX, let's take a peek at that one. That's trying to get bought up, but a nice gap down on the daily. Interesting. Let's look at Chewy here. Yep, Chewy still seeing some little bit of distribution. Oracle though coming in hot still. Coming in hot. Come on, pump open. Keep pumping it. S&P 500 going through a little bit of distribution. Micron still at the highs of its session. Nice job. Amazing there. Amazing curveballs. Happy to hear that. NBIS just went negative. Nvidia still positive, but showing some distribution signals. SPY getting faded here. Now you have the QQQ and SPY neck and neck. So Qs are getting faded. IWM has recaptured the market as the leading indice right now. So up about 0.5% on the Russell. That's showing some pretty decent strength on the tape. Open surpassed your 750 target. Yeah, I remember you called that out. Open did hit some massive upside targets, right? Massive. Let's see if we can get this LAZR to squeeze. Lululemon showing a little bit of strength today off of the lows. Duolingo, pretty choppy there. Archer Aviation trying to make a move. IWM still looking pretty decent here. Open is still trying to lure in some people. Again, the first 10, 15 minutes is tough, guys. A lot of people want to just FOMO in. A lot of money can be made, but a lot of money can be lost. I'm just personally waiting, looking at swings, looking at bigger daily chart levels. Apple's having a nice move. That's up 0.6. Consumer staple stocks are showing some decent strength today. CNC still trying to move. Nice move on Pepsi today. Really solid move there. Oracle still heavy here, guys. S&P coming in. S&P is coming in. Micron's still a beast here. Let's look at AMD. AMD starting to weaken here. That's at the lows of its session, down 1.56%. So you're seeing some clear distribution hitting your semiconductors today. There's definitely some individual names breaking down. Yep, CoreWeave coming in. We still got some running puts. Absolutely. Still looking for this next TP2. It's around 112. But thanks for that heads up. Again, we do have more data coming out, guys, today. A little bit in the afternoon. Yeah, CoreWeave puts are actually very nice. All right, Micron's starting to try to make a move here on Micron. That's really, really strong. Micron coming into that potential double top very shortly here. Yep, Lulu's moving. Lulu's up 1.4. A-Lab doing well. Oracle now down 3%. Broadcom down 1.67. Interesting. Open still trying to press. BMNR is getting a nice bid today, so that's showing some strength. S&P 500 coming in. SPY coming in. QQQ is seeing your weakest price action today. That is your weaker indice. IWM holding some strength today. Let's look at crude oil. Crude oil still under a lot of pressure right now. All right, guys, CoreWeave is coming into our target price too. I'm looking at taking profits on CoreWeave from yesterday. That is coming in hot and heavy. Beautiful decline in CoreWeave, guys. All right, this is close enough for me on CoreWeave. I am taking my CoreWeave profits, guys. Taking my CoreWeave profits. Beautiful. Again, I'm profits secured, locked in about 85% on the 117 puts. All out of CoreWeave. All right, SPY still showing some distribution signals here. Locked in my core weave profits, guys. All out. All right, let's look at open again. Open is still trying to make a move to the upside. Let's see what this market's going to give us here. Market is still trying to trend here to the upside, at least in your small caps. GDX going for another high of day sweep. Oracle down 4%, guys, and ripping to the downside. Micron has some top wick distribution. We are still seeing some individual names running here. I'm still waiting for open to hit some levels. DPRO coming in a little bit. China stocks are still showing some strength. Solar seeing some slight positive price action. S&P 500 is still looking pretty decent here, but trying to sweep that low liquidity. So let's see if they trap the bears here, pump it back to the highs. That's what they did yesterday. Yesterday they tried breaking the opening range, got people bearish, and then they pumped it back to the high side. So this is actually an aggressive long on the S&P. Look at that. They're doing the exact same thing as yesterday. They're trying to capture the bear liquidity, and then they push it to new highs, and that's when we look for a short entry. Crazy. They're filthy. These market makers are filthy, guys. Filthy. I'm telling you. This is exactly what they did yesterday. We look at price action here. They came down, they tried breaking it, and then they just ripped it back up. If we get the same trade as yesterday, I'm going to lose my shit, man, because that's going to be crazy. I'm up for another 300 percenter. I am due for another 300 percenter. I'm still waiting for open. Look at that S&P 500. Come on, baby. Come on. This is so far, it looks to be like we're going to be going through the same thing as we did yesterday. Potentially the exact same thing. You're saying open is going to 10 bucks? Maybe. You know, it could. It could. If the markets keep squeezing and pushing. But I have this blow off move around 9 bucks. But we'll see what happens. Alright, your dollar index is trying to firm up. Come on, give me a new high. Give me a new high. Please sweep it. Sweep it. Come on, S&P. We did briefly make a new one, but I want a new one. Come on, hold steady, S&P. Hold steady. Hold steady. Marvell's green today. CNC back up 12%. Open up 41. Oracle down 3.6. Broadcom. Yeah, the spread I was noticing on the options chain was very, very tough. It was very tough. Open is still trying to push here. S&P 500 coming in. There we go. Come on, S&P. It's squeezing. Trying to show a bit of a bullish engulfing candle here. Open is still near the highs. SPY seeing a little bit of distribution here. You doubled up on Wilds. Wilds is coming in. Maybe I'll buy the dip. Let's take a look at Wilds here. Why can't I see that ticker? WLDS, sorry. WLDS. Yeah, it's coming in a little bit. Retesting that opening range low. Interesting. Very cool. Open is still trying to squeeze here. Open sesame. There goes SPY trying to print new highs, baby. New highs on SPY. All right, guys. So definitely check the live trading alert there, members. Definitely check the live trading alert. S&P 500 is squeezing here. Squeezing through resistance. Doing a nice little liquidity sweep. So SPY is continuing to see some unwavering strength here, ripping through resistance. Open is starting to press a little bit more. All right. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. Broadcom seeing some distribution. Dollar index is sitting right on that prior day low. Open is going for that high of day sweep attempt. You're barely up on GDDY, giddy. Yeah, that's still in a tough area. It's an interesting zone for sure. Very interesting. IWM still trying to press QQQ, lagging SPY. Looking at the IWM, that's looking like it wants to try to do some pretty decent sized sweeps. Very, very crazy move. IWM trying to break out here. Broadcom still looking slightly heavier here. Micron coming in just a little bit. Oracle still seeing some distribution. Look at open squeezing, guys, squeezing. SPY, new all-time high. Pressing here, its gains. The S&P 500 is continuing to show some strength here. You have Microsoft down, Google slightly negative, Netflix is down, but you got Apple showing strength, Tesla, Nvidia slightly green, Amazon slightly green. Look at them press the S&P 500, ripping it. Short squeeze. Open is also seeing a squeeze and a half. So new all-time highs on the SPY. They are ripping this market up ahead of the rate cut expectations. We are in full-fledged squeeze mode on the S&P 500. Open is now coming into a major resistance. Gold still trying to curl. 2-year yield is still seeing some distribution. Dixie just printed a little bit of a new low of day. Here we have LAZR trying to break out. Laser showing some bullish liquidity at the lows there. Oracle still down 3.97. Broadcom down 1.93. Small caps are still pumping in IWM land. AVGO, Nvidia curling to the downside here. Microsoft still slightly negative. Open is still trying to squeeze to the upside here. Up 48% on open. That is filthy. Absolutely filthy. Neo's up nicely. Ethereum up a couple percent. CNC still trying to press. China stocks are still showing some strength across the board. Micron starting to come in. Oracle now down 4%. Broadcom making new lows on the tape. QQQ getting sold into a little bit here. Look at open starting to press here. Up 50% on open. That is phenomenal. Phenomenal push. People are buying the rate cut expectations in full force. WTI crude still down. Nat gas turning positive. We got nat gas inventories in 30 minutes. Oracle still getting slapped around a little bit. That's still coming in quite sharply. Open is still squeezing here. S&P 500 still trying to press here for new highs. Markets are rejoicing over weak data in anticipation of even more rate cuts. Good morning, Ram. Google still struggling. Netflix struggling. Eli Lilly down. And Microsoft slightly red. Open door still pressing into the stratosphere. Look at open go. Open is busting through its pre-market high levels and just in full-fledged squeeze mode. Trying to go negative actually. Nvidia is trying. Your small caps are still showing some decent strength here. QQQ again lagging a little bit off of that pre-market high, but your S&P 500 holding up like a champ right now. Open is still squeezing. Pretty impressive move in the major indices and individual names absolutely flying right now. AVGO still looking a little heavy. Nvidia looking heavy. Oracle still looking heavy. Microsoft back to the positive side. Apple doing wonders here. Tesla still holding strength. Google coming in a little bit. Let's look at Meta. S&P 500 new high of day. Looking at Nvidia here. Nvidia is still coming in. Open door still holding bullish structure, unrelenting strength. Microsoft back to the slightly negative side. Nvidia is still coming in slightly. CNC still up 11.1%. Ethereum up 1.8. China stock still doing well. Bitcoin back to the positive side. Nat gas positive. Apple's ripping. Looking at RSP today, you are getting some strength across the board in the S&P 500, and you're getting a little bit of distribution in your XLG mega cap tech. So Qs are certainly a little bit weaker of the two in terms of where they're relatively trading compared to their opening ranges. Looking at the Russell's still trying to squeeze higher here. A lot of small caps are trying to press here into the stratosphere. Open's got a really large 10-minute wick. Still have the markets holding up quite impressively. The dollar's at the lows, 2-year yield down 1, 10-year yield down 0.69. Dixie negative. Gold still struggling a little bit. Nvidia curling to the downside. You sold wilds, you'll probably buy the dip again. Interesting. Look at Oracle, guys. Oracle's starting to come in heavy here. Pretty amazing to see some capital is rotating. AVGO coming in. Micron slightly off of the highs. AMD near the lows of the session. Open is now up 53% and trying to squeeze. Trying to squeeze. Nice. You're up 125% on your Oracle put. That is money. That is absolutely filthy. Great job. S&P 500 still holding bullish structure at the highs of the session. Open starting to see a little bit of distribution. IWM still holding technical structure up 1%. What else we got shaking and moving here? Nvidia being defended off of its opening range low. Google still negative. Netflix down 1.71. JP Morgan up 1%. Again, you're getting a little bit more broad participation in the entire market today. That's what we are observing. So the market is broadening out. Markets have been open for about 35 minutes now. Open is still trying to press here. Nvidia is still bouncing. Dixie still trying to go to the lows. Bitcoin firmed up, now positive. IWM still leading the charge, up about 1%. Google's trying to firm up as well. S&P 500 going for 656 here on the session. Sold the Oracle put. Wonderful. Excellent. Rams calls printed like crazy. Yep, they would have. Oracle's trying to catch a bit of a bid here. A minor little bid. Surfer sees more upside in SPY. Yeah, there could be, especially if you get a big bounce in Nvidia and the likes. Oracle's trying to catch a small bid here. Meta's doing well. Tesla doing really well. Apple still trying to press up 1% on the session. NIO, that's doing quite well. A lot of green on the screen today with the market showing a broadening out here. The market is in full-fledged squeeze mode here. Into the stratosphere, uncharted territory for the S&P 500, testing 656. 656. Pretty crazy move. Open is still trying to squeeze a little bit. The S&P 500 is still trying to squeeze. Still seeing gold trying to curl up. Crowd, CoreWeave, and Giddy are in the green. Why in the red? Yeah, Giddy trying to make a nice little move on the 10-minute chart, firming up. Let's look at CrowdStrike. CRWD, yep, that's also trying to make a move. How's TTD doing? Wow, TTD coming right back in, guys. I want to buy, I'm looking for an entry into trade desk, but it's not quite ready yet. I'm looking for an entry into TTD at some point. SPY is still holding technical structure at the highs. Open has had a remarkable bid to the upside. Absolutely filthy. Let's see if Open wants to come in a little bit more now. NIO, really solid bounce for NEO. That's been amazing. Nvidia is still acting well. Any interesting stocks? We're just trading right now. There's always interesting plays, but we're just trading the market right now. Open super extended. BM&R doing quite well today, guys. QuantumScape also showing some strength, so QS. A lot of your small cap high flyers are showing extreme strength. Let's look how Nebius is doing, digesting that big move still. Yeah, NBIS is going through a bit of choppy consolidation. Archer Aviations, guys, is seeing a nice little bid today. This one could squeeze to the upside on the back of the market strength today. It's looking like it's trying to press for this gap fill. So that's an interesting one on the long standpoint is Archer. High flyer, shitty fundamentals, pure momentum trade. Duolingo doing very well today, back into the 300 category. I like that. Like that a lot. Another one that has some momentum is LAZR trying to break out of that falling wedge. We'll see if it can firm up here. MongoDB doing well today. Your retail stocks are seeing some strength. XRT, whoops. XRT doing really, really well. How's GME doing today? GME still under some pressure this morning. Look at BBAI, guys. That's starting to squeeze. That could be up double digits today. Big Bear AI making a nice momentum push. That's doing really well. That looks like a squeezer, guys. Call options on BBAI could pay. Looking pretty interesting there. How's Micron doing? Micron's still up 8.3. Wilds is back up 44%. WLDS still showing some strength. Really good buy the dip there on your WLDS curveballs. Nice job. CNC still showing some strength today. That's consolidating. Looks like it wants to go back to the highs. Open is still trying to make a move here. IWM's consolidating well, trying to make another move. Oracle still down 4.67. Interesting. That is a lot of volume on open today that's going to be traded. We're already at, what are we at here? 325 million already? Holy shit. That's crazy, eh? That is absolutely crazy. Let's look at this BITF. That's also printing to the high side. BMNR. That's starting to come in a little bit. Could be a potential short setup. Let's see what ETH is doing. Yeah, ETH is showing a little bit of distribution inside of a bearish red candle there. Nvidia is starting to break down, guys. So we are seeing NVIDIA coming in, going back to the dark side. Whoops. Yeah, TTD is heavy, right? TTD just can't get any sort of love down here. It's getting extremely oversold, but still struggling immensely. All right, NVIDIA really getting heavy. Let's look at the rest of the semiconductors. AMD about to go negative. Well, about to fill its gap from a couple days ago. QQQ is looking pretty heavy here, guys. So Qs are trying to break that opening range. NVIDIA has gone negative. Certain semiconductors are starting to see some distribution. So we'll see if that wants to continue to show some distribution signals. Dixie still at the lows. IWM still consolidating, putting in a bit of a bull flag, looks like. Broadcom still trying to firm up here off of the lows. A-Lab is coming in just a little bit. How's that MP Materials doing? That's also starting to come in. What about PL, Planet Labs? Strong move on PL today. Very strong move. Open is trying to make another push. Dragonfly continuing to show some strength. DPRO, this is a stock that I am bullish on. I see these cars and delivery services everywhere in Canada. And they're looking like, again, I'm just holding common shares up double digits already on it. All right, what else we got going on? Let's look at VST today. Yeah, VST still holding steady. What else we got going on? SMCI's gone to the dark side. CNC still holding steady. Copper stocks are still showing some strength. Looking at Alibaba, that stock is just remarkable. Still trending. Look at that. That might see a bit of reversal today. We'll have to watch that very closely, but Baba's been a beast. Absolute beast. Baidu as well. Absolute beast. PDD coming in. Open is still trending to the upside. Intel has now gone negative, guys. INTC seeing a little bit of distribution as well. Oracle's trying to firm up off of the lows. Holding that prior day low for now. NVIDIA trying to be defended as well. Open still trying to push. S&P 500 still trying to push. Big push there on SPY. S&P 500 still acting pretty well. Pretty well. Dollars at the lows, guys. Dixie still seeing distribution signals. GDX pushing for another high. Gold trying to curl up to the positive side. Yeah, it looks like we're getting a potential buy the rumor, sell the news type event. Obviously, it's an early trading session, right? It's not a matter of how the markets open, it's a matter of how they close. That's the more important thing to watch. But you're getting a lot of algorithmic buying here on the back of softer interest rates. Markets are rejoicing because of rate cuts. But again, on a macro standpoint, the labor market deterioration is starting to creep in. S&P 500 still showing strength here, trying to consolidate on your 1 minute chart. Broadcom still trying to press open, still holding technical structure at the highs, but into a lot of resistance up here. All right, NVIDIA is looking a little bit heavier here. NVDA still have the relative strength in the S&P 500 holding this market up. IWM up 1%, QQQ lagging everything. So what we're seeing today is a little bit of distribution in some of your high-flying techs, names like Broadcom, Oracle, NVIDIA. They're all seeing a little bit of distribution today, and that capital isn't exiting the market. It's flowing and doing a little bit of a broad market strengthen. Google down about 0.5%. Netflix today getting absolutely slapped. Netflix is kind of a leading stock. We have seen the markets come under pressure when Netflix is under pressure. Netflix is certainly under pressure today, dropping like a rock today. Google, Google coming in a little bit sharper now. Nvidia back to the negative side. Amazon. So it looks like they're selling certain mega caps early in the session here. Tesla still doing very, very well. But every time we've been seeing Tesla doing these morning pumps and then afternoon dumps. We'll see if that works the exact same way today. Apple still doing remarkably well. Very, very well. Let's look at CoreWeave again. CRWV. Yeah, so that had a really nice bounce. Again, we hit our TP zone here and took profits, 85% on our put options from yesterday. And CoreWeave has really, really bounced quite nicely. Still negative on the tape, but bouncing nicely, that's for sure. We are seeing some distribution occur in ALAB, ALAB, looking like a bit of a potential topping signal in the near term. That's really, really coming in. Lululemon still doing really well on the session. Part of your retail stocks doing extraordinarily well with the IWM. CDNS having a decent bounce. Let's look at SMPS. That was a big gap down mover yesterday. That's still holding a little bit of its structure at the lows. NIO, what a bounce in NEO today with the China equities. Just pumping to the upside. That's crazy, eh? NVIDIA trying to hold steady. Wow, Neo's pushing. See if this laser can squeeze a little bit more. Not really. Oracle, that's still looking pretty heavy at the lows. Oracle's got a big, if it loses this little pivot, there's really no support built on Oracle up until you get to some intraday moving averages. All right, IWM is seeing a little bit of softening now. Open is still near the highs of its chart. Holding technical structure for the time being. We'll see if that one wants to give up any of its gains. S&P 500 still consolidating bullishly here at the highs. Still trying to hold steady, eh? SMCI back to the negative side. Nvidia still just teetering between positive to negative. S&P still outperforming Qs. Dixie still soft. Yields are still softer. IWM up 1%. You got Tesla ripping and roaring on the back of softer rates. So Tesla's continuing to surge here. Tesla's trying to break out of this beautiful flag pattern. Can Tesla sweep the highs and give us a breakout signal this week? S&P 500 still trying to charge. Still pushing to the upside here in S&P land. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy move. Or is Tesla going to get rejected again? But acting very, very well. And I don't mind Tesla pushing up. Caught me on the last one. Nice. Yeah, I'm down a little bit, but we've got a lot of time left and we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Markets are in exuberant mode. Let's look at open again. Yep, open is still trying to come in. Still off of that high pivot reversal. Looking at A-Lab, that's again falling sharply. GEMI IPO closed at 8 a.m. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Lululemon's still doing quite well. A-Lab's really looking like it's joining the dark side here. Another one that's putting in a little bit of a topping signal. ALAB gapping and cracking so far. Wow, that open chart, eh? Figure should go live soon. Thank you. Yeah, definitely bring that to my attention. If you see it going live, should be what, half hour or so? Should be a half hour, right? All right, IWM looking like it wants to do a bit of a liquidity sweep of this high pivot. Perhaps that's where it wants to go. Perhaps that's where it wants to go. Nvidia balancing quite nice. You're getting a little bit of a buy the dip in the US dollar index. The Dixie's trying to recapture its pre-market low, but still so weak on the tape. Oracle still near the lows. Broadcom still putting in a bit of a bear flag, it appears. Let's look at Snowflake. How's that name doing? Wow, yeah, big push on Snowflake today. Trying to break out of its little bit of a range here. Google still looks like Google wants to go to the lows today, guys. Thank you later. Ram saying buy 656 SPY puts October 17th and thank him later. Nvidia coming in. SPY seeing a little bit of distribution. Open still hanging in there. Looking at A-Lab, that's going negative, guys. A-Lab has joined the dark side right now. SPY is still a beast. Looking at Duolingo. What a monster, guys. DULO. Squeezing to the upside today. Beautiful bounce there. Gold seeing a little bit of top break as the dollar's trying to firm up. IWM did sweep the high of the session there. IWM printed a brief new high candle there. We'll see if it wants to come in from that vicinity. Crazy, crazy, crazy. CNC still up about 11%. Looking at Palantir. Palantir's also struggling today, going negative. Let's look at some of these other high flyers, liquidity assets. So UPST, that's under a little bit of pressure going to the dark side. Affirm getting absolutely clobbered, guys. I still have a bit of shares running on Affirm, guys, from that day trade short up here. We're up 16%. I'm looking for gap fill. That's where I'd close the Affirm trade. So if Affirm hits gap fill, no need to wait for the alert. I will close my Affirm common shares short right at that $80 kind of gap fill zone, okay? That's what I'm looking for on AFRM. IWM seeing a little bit more price action. Open is starting to get a little bit of distribution here. Still up over 50% on the session. SPY still holding up quite well. Dixie still holding steady. All right, let's see if they start to distribute this market into the late FOMO chasers. Or will they keep trending us to the upside? So far, we are in a bullish breakout. We've broken out of the opening range. We haven't even seen a back test of the opening range. There's been no back test. You've had a 10-minute breakout candle, confirmed breakout. That's why the market's holding such strength right now. Such strength. But certain mega caps are under a little bit of pressure. Oracle still struggling just a little bit. Again, ALAB negative. Broadcom still under some pressure. Nvidia underneath its opening range low. We'll see if that surmounts to anything. Nvidia slightly negative again. There will be some support down here on Nvidia if we break this little flag pattern. Doubled up on Chewy. It looks primed for a push. Let's look at CHWY. Yeah, Chewy, it could fill the gap though. Just be careful. But are you looking at longer term or are you looking at a day trade? What are you in there? Let's look at Carvana here. Wow, Carvana fell off of a cliff there today. Jeez. Carvana fell off of a cliff. Alright, what else we got shaking and moving here? Google trying to firm up. Lululemon still squeezing. A-Lab still hanging on there. GDX seeing a little softening. BBAI backtesting its opening range high. We'll see if that one wants to hold steady. Open still seeing positive strength. QuantumScape still up 6.9. BMNR up 6. Micron still up 7. Tesla up 3% and squeezing. Squeeze it, Tesla. Squeeze Tesla, baby. Look at Tessie go. Is Tesla giving us that breakout signal? Finally, perhaps it will. All right, S&P 500, new high of day. New high, new all-time high. Yet again. RZLV, that's up sharply on the session. Consolidating quite well here at the highs. Very impressive. Wow, look at that. RZLV. Pure momentum surge. That's crazy. Let's look at AVAV. RH. It's not a bad level for RH either, guys. Backtesting your daily chart, EMA 113 on RH. Keep that one on watch. That one could get a significant bounce. It's into a bit of a swing trade level. Wow, they're squeezing the S&P 500. Absolutely squeezing it. Wiping out MACD looks good for Chewy. Thanks for that heads up. Look at them punching the markets to new all-time highs in full-fledged squeeze mode. Markets are still trending to the upside. Full-fledged rally in the S&P 500. Huge squeeze in S&P. Nvidia trying to make a move here. Looking at open. Open is still surging above $9 here on the tape. Dixie still underneath that prior day low. Open is starting to push for a potential another high of day. What do we got? Mogu still up 100%. Wow. Oracle still struggling. Micron trying to press a little bit more. CNC still trying to press. Let's look at Rivian today. Rivian's probably going to catch a nice sympathy bid with Tesla. So again, LAZR running with the EV complex right now. OKTA trying to firm up off of the lows. Let's look at On Semiconductor. That name's been very, very weak on the tape. TSM. That's getting a nice reversal back higher. What else we got going on? Wow, nice. That WLDS up 70% right now. Nice job there, Curves. Nice job. Buying that dip like a boss. S&P 500 still ripping to the upside here. Monster move. Monster move. Open just printed a new high of day. Enphase is showing some strength. CRM, copper. Pretty much everything is rallying here in the market today. A lot of green on the screen. Let me see how that TTD is doing. Trying to defend a double bottom. Interesting area. Tempted to take it on the long side. Very tempted. Interesting. Very interesting. SRPT, how's that guy doing? That's still trickling lower. MRK, other healthcare names, that's doing well. How's UNH doing today? Another press higher on UNH. CNC still trying to press a little bit more. Interesting. Marvell. Marvell is trying to firm up itself. S&P 500 is in squeeze land right now. IWM is in squeeze mode. Looking for that high pivot sweep on the Russell. That's probably what the market is waiting for, is for the Russell to sweep that high pivot. You can see we're coming very, very close. Very, very close. Nat gas inventories have come out, guys. A little bit late on that, but nat gas is seeing some distribution. Whoops. So nat gas inventories, let's see what the number was, 71 billion. So it's actually a bigger, it's actually a little bit less demand, 71 billion versus consensus of 69 billion. So nat gas showing a little bit of distribution right now because there's less demand. Bought Marvell on and DKNG, nice. Let's see what DKNG is doing. Buying the dip on some of those names. Yeah, DKNG's had a nice multi-day sell-off here. Looking fairly interesting. Gold's starting to see a bit of a distribution at the highs. S&P still rallying here. What else we got? Retail stocks are still doing quite well. Oops, VSCO, that's holding gap up strength. VFC, still looking like a bull flag. Look at that SPY squeezing 656.80, ripping me and my puts for now. For now. Nice little move there on DRS. Let's look at PEG. Yep, that's still showing some strength off of the lows. Good to see. Google still struggling just a little bit. Oracle, Broadcom still struggling just a little bit. We also got QS. That's still showing some strength today, trying to squeeze. ENVX, that's not getting any love today. How's AI doing? Yeah, AI could be ready for a little bit of a move up higher here. Putting in a little bit of a daily chart bear flag, or sorry, bull flag. Looks like it's found a bit of a bottom here, trying to build a base off that higher low. Not a bad area for AI. Did it make a new low there? I would have loved to see it make a new low there, but it never officially did. Never officially did. All right, so markets are still in full bull mode. No pullback yet in the S&P 500. Breakout, boom. Another continuation, open still pressing to the highs of the session. Google still struggling. Duolingo ripping. Lululemon still strong. Broadcom still coming in. ACHR trying to make a little bit of a move off of the lows, perhaps ending the week with a little bit of a reversal. How's Joby doing? Joby Aviation. Also potentially probably going to catch a bid here just based off of pure momentum in the Russell. Pure momentum. VKTX showing a little bit of strength. AI, I know. AI was crazy, right? AI is crazy. I still have it going lower, to be honest. I have buy targets down sub 14. But we traded this move up here. And then, yeah, it just free fell, right? AI is nasty. Crazy, crazy move there on AI, that's for sure. All right, BBAI doing well. Tempest AI, what a move there on Tempest. Crazy. A little bit of a blow up move. MP Materials still trying to show strength. Oof, SE, such a strong stock. SE is so, so strong. Crazy SE. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Micron still holding pretty decent technical structure up here. A little bit of a top wick distribution starting in Micron. Nvidia still holding steady. Open still up strongly, 58% on open. That's crazy, eh? Crazy. All right, let's scroll through our other list here. Nice, nice. I think those will pay. I do think those will pay. It's funny is, I mean, open, the fundamental business hasn't really changed. It's just a new CEO. I mean, Shopify's right, but realistically, a lot of struggle and pain still inside that company. Healthcare stocks are still running here to the high side. Yes, they are. S&P still holding ridiculously bullish structure in the near term. No pullback, just consolidating at the highs remarkably well. Gold starting to see a little bit of selling, which could be telling us maybe, just maybe the US dollar wants to put in a bit of a local bottom here. We will see. Dixie's still super weak on the session. Look at the IWM just in full-fledged squeeze mode right now. Full-fledged squeeze mode. S&P 500 still printing to the high side here. IWM still ripping. Open still at the highs of the session. Huge move on open. Look at that extension move. Crazy, eh? Let's look at some of those space stocks again. ASTS. Trying to firm up. RKT. That looks like it wants to sweep the high. RKLB. Interesting bull flag on RKLB. That chart's not looking too bad, guys. RKLB looks pretty strong here, like it's taking another leg higher here. It's actually a high potential trade opportunity. Interesting. All right, Oracle still down 4, Broadcom down 0.7, but that's firmed up off of the lows. Lululemon still doing well, open up 60% now. Crazy moves. So you're going to have a really big bounce on the S&P 500. If you get a sell-off, you'll have a really big bounce on the S&P 500. That's what it's setting up for. But look at RKLB starting to get some volume and breaking out to the high side. Wow. New high of day for open. Look at Duolingo just absolutely ripping itself. My oh my. Nvidia testing that opening range low, seeing if it's coming in a little bit. VFC still trying to trend to the upside. PayPal made a little bit of a bullish reversal. Retail stocks still holding steady here. EVAI still trying to press. Ethereum still up 1.82. China still strong on the tape. IWM new high of day. Let's look at PLTR here. Palantir still under a little bit of pressure. Roblox coming in just a little bit. SoFi. That name's looking pretty strong in my opinion, SoFi. Let's look at Robinhood here. Interesting. That Russell 2000 still trying to squeeze to the upside, guys. That's why the market is unrelenting here. You're getting broad market participation from small caps. Absolutely crazy move in small cap land. Sweeping that high pivot. You've now done a high pivot liquidity sweep of a massive topping tail on the IWM. Dixie's quietly creeping. 52-week highs for GE, XND, EWY, MU, and AVGO. Yes, sir. Yes. A lot of positive liquidity flowing back into this market today. S&P 500 massive extension move. Looking at the SPX daily chart here, blasting off into space here. So there is some resistance here on SPX, simple trend line. Very overbought intraday. We'll see if it wants to come in off of that key zone. QQQ. Qs are just consolidating at the highs there. Let's look at PDD again. PDD's trying to press a little bit more. LAZR quietly creeping to the upside here. Let's look at CNC again. CNC starting to see some distribution. UNH. UNH just ripping to the highs of the session, guys. Monster move. Crazy move on UNH. 10 and 2 yield still down. Dixie still negative. Gold still slightly down. Dow components up 1.2%. SPY up 0.69. Qs are the lagging indices. IWM ripping up 1.49% on the tape. Google, Meta, Netflix negative. Tesla up 3. Apple up 0.7. Microsoft up 0.3. Nvidia up 0.27. Amazon just slightly green on the tape. How was Shopify? I haven't looked at that stock in a while, considering, yeah, big pump on Shopify. Let's look at Open again. Open is still holding some structure at the highs. Google's trying to hang on to its 10-minute chart support. EMA 113 on Google. SPY seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Boeing just turning red there. Caterpillar's up nicely. Lennar and Home Builders doing strong. MSTR negative on the tape. What else we got? Enphase doing well. BX doing well. Affirm struggling today. That's down another 3. XYZ block, that's up 0.4. Marijuana stock seeing a little bit of distribution. AMAT's doing well today. First Solar doing well. DraftKings down 1.36%. Fastenal under some pressure. Roku's negative. GameStop slightly green. Lithium stocks are seeing a little bit of positive liquidity today. Nuclear stocks are showing a little bit of strength. Oklo at the highs. Oklo at the highs, trying to break out. SMR, that's still just hanging on by a thread here. Let's look at uranium. Yeah, uranium's still showing some positive structure, guys, so interesting. Nvidia getting rejected, seeing some harsh downside pressure in Nvidia right now. Let's look at these biotechs. XBI, still looking constructive on XBI. Regional banks still holding that value area there. QQQ starting to come in a little bit on your NASDAQ, tech heavy. Let's look at that NDX chart, very strong move. How's our semiconductors doing today? So semiconductors, SOXX, right, is coming in sharply, guys. So you're certainly seeing some aspects of the semis under pressure. Interesting. All right, a little bit of distribution hitting the tape. Minor sell-off, minor sell-off. SPY still holding positive strength. Google still trying to hold strength here. IWM back testing that previous little high pivot. Still acting well. Nvidia getting a little bit heavier. Airbnb's green. FNGR's green. Rivian up 4. NEO still strong. Chegg under pressure. IQ under pressure. Some China equities that are not participating with the China rally. Jets ETF, that's doing really well. Fubo's up. Snapchat barely green. Twilio slightly green. Intel's back to the negative side. Silver up 0.43. Steel stocks again showing strength. Unity Software up 2.1. Abercrombie and Fitch under pressure today. Lyft is under pressure. Disney's negative. Wow, strong bounce in that S&PS. That's up 9%. after yesterday's free fall. Look at that trend on S&PS. Wonderful bounce. Wonderful bounce. Let's look at Humana. That's another name that had a free fall in the recent sessions. Wow, look at that bottoming tail yesterday. I missed that yesterday. Can't kiss all the girls. SCCO still doing quite well on the tape. That one looks like it's still trying to break out and consolidate. Let's look at Pepsi again. Yeah, that's a nice back test of that support zone on Pepsi. Really strong move. Dixie's trying to make a little bit of a move higher here. So your US dollar index is quietly trying to creep up. Quietly. Oracle's trying to firm up off of the lows. She's still doing well. Let's look at open again. Open still holding near the highs of the session there quite well. Selling hitting the S&P, very minor, very minor. Again, the economic data today, job loss claims showing massive deterioration in the economy. Initial algorithmic buy program. We'll see if smart investors start to sell into this into the end of the session. Your dollar is trying to creep up here, but pretty much the broad market is seeing a nice liquidity move today. Rocket Lab still trying to break out. Let's look at QBTS and some of these quantum names. QBTS, yeah, QBTS not looking too bad. Well, not looking too bad there for Q. How's Rigetti doing? RGTI. RGTI consolidating a little bit. Micron still up quite nicely on the session. Interesting. IWM is seeing a little bit of rejection from the highs, some minor rejection, not much. A bit of selling on your 10-minute chart. Nvidia is trying to be defended off of its opening range low. They are defending Nvidia right now. OR low being defended. We'll see if it wants to break. Open is still in beast mode. Let's see how many shares we're now trading on open. 450 million. That is crazy. Let me just do a quick calculation here. So 450 million. 450 million times 9. What? What is Open's market cap right now? Let me just see here. Open's market cap is 6.5 million. We're gonna have traded Open's entire market cap today in share volume. That's insane. The whole entire market cap volume will turn over today in Open. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Right now we're at about 4 billion in volume. Just over 4 billion in total volume trade on Open. And probably by the end of the day, I mean, we're at 11 o'clock, so we can at least double that. What if Open, what did it trade here? What if it trades a billion shares? Yeah, it did trade 1.9 billion here. Oh my God, it's going to probably trade a billion shares today. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy, guys. Amazing. Amazing. All right, let's look at CRCL here quickly. Circle. That name's still looking pretty strong off of the lows, breaking out to the upside. Interesting. CoreWeave, how's CoreWeave looking now? S&P 500 just grinding higher and higher here. Barely any selling. CoreWeave's firming up, so nice little exit there on CoreWeave. That's definitely trying to firm up here. Wow, look at VFC as well, guys. Retail stocks are pumping to the high side. Our VFC $16 calls are almost in the money. That's crazy, VFC. Strong move on retailers, guys. Very strong move. S&P 500 still trying to press here. Going for another new high of day push. Remarkable. Remarkable push. Let's look at this Mogu. That's come in quite a bit. Warner Brothers today showing some strength. WBD. It's acting quite well. Roku. Let's look at some of these airlines again. With crude oil still falling. Nat gas falling. Wow, look at United Airlines. That's a hard 10-minute down candle on UAL. I don't know if that's a news candle on United Airlines, but that's a hard down move on UAL, guys. Oof. Airlines just got smoked. Was there news on airlines? Let me check my news feed real quick. Uh, that was a crazy dump there on airlines just briefly. That was a very crazy dump. That airline just happened, guys. The airlines are getting some volume. I don't see any news yet, but that was a nasty dump. There might have been some sort of news. That was the whole entire airline complex that saw a pretty big distribution candle there. As the S&P 500 is still pushing. Interesting. UNH is still. Look at Duolingo, guys. Up 8% on the session. Wow. Yeah, I'm not too sure what those airline stocks did there. Nice pump on. Nice pump on Duolingo. Let's look at Lululemon. That's trying to firm up off of the lows. Trying here. Google still struggling a little bit. ONDS pushing. Archer trying to push. AVGO still under a little bit of pressure. Nvidia is still holding positive price structure. Oracle has firmed up off of the lows. Market is still trying to trend to the upside. Bitcoin still up 0.4. Crude oil still sucking on the session. Your dollar index is trying to recapture its prior day low on the Dixie. Your Dixie's trying to make a little bit of a move, guys. So US dollar trying to find some support. Looking like it's trying to break down from the daily chart. We'll see if it can be bought up and defended. What was interesting today, guys, is so you had weak economic data in the States, but then the initial reaction on the Euro USD on the back of ECB holding rates, it was a pretty weak reaction initially. So the initial reaction on the rate hold was down, and then because the weak economic data occurred in the States, you got a nice spike higher here in the Euro. So we'll see if it wants to retest our opening range high and start building a base, but that's probably the only thing that's going to hinder this market right now. IWM still inside that previous high pivot, open, still consolidating like a champ. Looking at this hourly chart liquidity sweep that we just did on the Russell. Huge hourly chart. Now coming in just a little bit. Nuclear stocks are still showing a little bit of strength here, guys. Oklo is starting to rip here, guys, on the daily chart. SMR, I think, is also trying to rip higher here. Open is trying to push right back up. IWM seeing a little bit of distribution. Nvidia showing some strength here, guys. It is indeed. Thinking of taking my profits on VFC here, selling out of the position. As I just closed my VFC calls, my VFC $16 calls, I just closed all of them off of that little bit of a spike at $1.93. I repeat, I'm all out of my VFC calls. So we're seeing the IWM coming in just a little bit, guys. IWM is coming in. So I closed my VFC call options. As we're seeing a little bit of sell side in the small cap market here. Let's look at some of these other names. How's Nike doing today? That's coming in. What are some other retailers right now that I can't think of? They're escaping me. All right, maybe this is the first lower high starting in the S&P 500. Markets have been ridiculously strong today. Remarkably strong. KTOS, how are the war stocks doing? Yeah, KTOS is climbing here. Lockheed's climbing. RTX, that's doing quite well. Excuse me. To take another little position here in a different ticker. All right, so we're still seeing that market acting exceptionally well, hanging in there like a champ. Open still up 55, Oracle still down 3.5, Broadcom down 1.16. Google's trying to firm up here. Tesla's still ripping, guys. I'm okay with that. Take us to 400, Tessie. Take us to 400. Is this going to be the highest weekly close for Tesla? And really, since I guess it would be May. It would be May, right? Wow. Could be. It could be. Tesla is still a beast right now, absolutely flying to the high side. Look at Tesla squeezing, guys. So our Tesla calls are starting to wake up quite nicely, guys. They are really starting to wake up. So we're up about 40% on our Tesla 400 calls, guys, for next year. But I think that this one can still run. So we obviously accumulated Tesla. around the end of August there, and it's made a nice reversion and breakout. We'll see if this one becomes a little bit of an inverse stock to the market. But Tesla, if it can hold this weekly chart breakout, the end of the week, it's well on its way, guys. It's on its way to a really big bullish weekly chart wedge pattern breakout, and that could make us some money. So I entered contracts around $29. They're now trading around 40, but looking for more. Hopefully Tesla holds these gains. That's for sure. We can hope that it holds its gains. China stocks are still trying to trend to the upside. Nat gas down 1.6%. Gold starting to curl. Open still holding steady here. Dixie getting rejected off of its prior day low. Your IWM is still acting pretty well here in the tape, going through a little bit of backing and filling. S&P 500 still grinding higher here. Pretty remarkable. So far there's been no dip really in the market. The markets are still in squeeze mode here. Absolutely squeezing to the upside. S&P 500 new all-time high on that squeeze. Epic squeeze to the upside. Huge volume surge there. A monster candle to the upside. Nvidia is still pressing. Google trying to flip green. Netflix still down 2. Tesla up 4.27% on Tessie. Wow. Look at Tesla squeezing. Squeezing. We're not that far away from 400 on Tesla. I mean, the way Tesla moves, we're about double digits away. 10% away from Tesla hitting 400. That's crazy, eh? Super, super crazy. I wouldn't mind that. Those puts would be up nicely. Those would probably be over 100 a contract. Is Figure worth a punt? Is Figure actually open now? Let's see. Maybe. We'll see. The way the market is trending, IPO is probably going to get a huge fat squeeze to the upside. Just the amount of bullish liquidity that we have in the market today, I wouldn't be surprised if they squeeze it up. It's always tough trading IPOs. It's a bit of a gamble because you have no technical price action, and it really you're just at the mercy of the markets here. But the way the market is seeing excess liquidity flowing into the session today, it's absolutely probably going to get a pump. Looks like it will. Look at the squeeze in this S&P 500 market. That is crazy. This is a squeeze and a half in the markets. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, I mean, right now the markets are lofty and extended, but we'll see. Maybe it's just an afternoon dump that wants to occur. But for the time being, markets are absolutely flying here. IWM still off of the highs, but that S&P is just squeezing to the upside. Gold GDX still squeezing. Seeing this market in full-fledged rally mode. You have mega cap tech now trying to all go green. Google's the only one that's left in the red right now. Tesla up 4.3, Apple pushing, Nvidia pushing, Amazon, IWM pushing. Qs are trying to recapture a little bit of leadership here. NASDAQ QQQ acting quite well. Nvidia is still trying to push to the upside here. S&P 500 trying to get a little bit of a bid higher. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Oracle still down 3.3. Some of these other stocks doing. The dollar index just made a new low, guys. So DXY, new low on the session. Open is still up 58% on the tape. We got the London close coming. Usually there's a bit of sell side pressure around this 11:30 time frame. We'll see if that's the case. Open is still trying to squeeze here, guys. Crazy move on OPEN. We got Bitcoin up 0.5%. Gold still slightly negative. Dixie negative. 2-year yield down 1.07. Oracle still down 3. Still seeing that S&P 500 getting bought up at every single dip right now. Nvidia's seeing some heavy candles down. I don't know if there's news on Nvidia, but Nvidia just saw a harsh rejection there, guys. Nvidia just saw a big 10-minute candle down there. Don't know what's hitting the tape there on Nvidia, but there could be news. Nothing across my news wire yet, but Nvidia saw a nasty little rejection candle. Wow. Interesting. Big bounce there. What the heck was that on Nvidia? Big drop and then a pop. Open just printed a new high, up 61%. Broadcom still down 1, but that's firming up here. Oracle's trying to firm up off of the lows. What the heck was that candle down? Was that a fat finger trader? I don't know what that candle was. My thoughts on natural gas. Let's take a peek at natural gas. So inventories came in a little bit weaker than the market expected, about 2 billion less in demand. So I still think nat gas is probably going to go lower off of this print. Reason being is you've dropped through the 7-day moving average. You're underneath kind of your pre-market low areas. If you can recapture the 50-day today, that would be a bullish sign. But underneath the 50-day moving average, it's a short on nat gas. Back above the 50-day, it's a long. I'm looking at a 20-day moving average retest for a potential buy zone. That's what I'm at least focusing on. But I think nat gas is in a choppy environment. There's a lot of resistance here. A lot. Yeah, there's a lot of FOMO here today in the market, guys. I mean, Supreme Leader saying expects next week when there's a high FOMO only markets crash. Your thoughts? Well, there's a lot of FOMO today on the back of rates falling. Yet again, we're seeing that economic employment data decline. Um, and the thing about that is that at some point we will price in a recession, but I think you're getting a lot of algorithmic buying today. Let's look at the volume trend real quick on the S&P. So the volume today is super light. 22 million shares. So we're probably going to trade around, I would say 50, 55 million today. But volume's pretty light on the tape. Very light. So it's a lot easier to keep these markets up on lighter volume. A lot easier. No problem, Jamie. No problem. So again, I don't know if there was news on Nvidia, guys. I'm not seeing anything across my tape. If anyone sees anything, but that was a pretty big, drop there on the 1-minute chart for Mr. Behemoth. So I'm not too sure what occurred there. It looked like a news candle. It was a high volume 1-minute breakdown candle there. That saw a pretty sharp decline. So again, not too sure, but if there's more news that's about to hit the tape, we'll see what happens. All right, so 1 minute, we have a 4 and 8 week bill auction in 1 minute. We'll see what happens. Open is still printing new highs. Dixie trying to double bottom. Open up 64%. That's a filthy move on open. That's crazy, eh? What a freaking monster on open, guys. Absolutely filthy. Filthy move. Dixie trying to double bottom a little bit. How's our IWM doing? IWM still at the highs, trying to get back above that previous little high pivot. So that's your technical support, but it's also resistance. Right now, SPY is up 0.79, QQQ up 0.68, IWM up 1.43. Markets have not had any sort of a meaningful dip. Beautiful rally on Wall Street today. Pepsi's maintained as a buy by UBS. Whoops, that's the wrong chart. That's a crazy move. Home builders are still super strong on the session. Acting quite well for home builders. We got Micron still up 9%, Tesla up 3.9. That's pulled back a little bit. Open is up 64%. Freaking monster open. IWM going for another high of day press. Ripping to the upside. Snapchat up a couple percent. BMNR has gotten faded a little bit. That's still up 5.8%. Let's look at SoundHound. High short interest name. Trying to break out high of day here and trying to trigger what appears to be a little bit of a bullish inverse head and shoulders pattern here, guys. SoundHound looks like it could be coiled for a nice breakout here. A little bit of resistance around this area here, this 1475, but SoundHound looks like it's starting to potentially squeeze. Let's look at SoFi here. Should, in theory, benefit from lower rates. Yeah, consolidating. Pretty much everything is showing accumulation today. Everything. Do I ever share my stock holdings? Yep. I got alert services. What I'm buying, what I'm selling. It's for my members. It's AVAV today. SMPS still showing some strength. TTD still at the lows, guys. TTD doesn't want to firm up. How's Adobe doing ahead of its earnings after the bell? Adobe still showing some distribution signals. Oh, I'm hoping Adobe gaps down sub 300 today. Then I'd be a buyer. But it looks like it has one more little leg to the basement there, Adobe. It's at least what I'm looking at. This LAZR looks like it's trying to go for another high of day breakout push. Extremely oversold. Nvidia is still up 0.5% on the session. BBAI still up 4.65. Oracle down 2.6. Airlines are still under a little bit of pressure today, which is kind of interesting considering oil is so depressed. So depressed today. Jets still struggling. Delta still struggling. Let's look at RKT. RKT still trying to squeeze and build some higher momentum. Breaking out here. RKLB. That's acting very well. So space stocks are certainly squeezing. Lower rates, liquidity in IWM, pushing it to the high side. Micron is still a monster up here. Absolutely beast mode. Figures being halted by the exchanges. Is it open? Wow, it's actually opening, eh? Okay. Too much behind. Yeah, the amount of liquidity that's sloshing around in the market today, I would not be surprised seeing that one trying to push off of the open and squeeing. So figure probably is one that's going to absolutely just fly to the high side today. Um, the market is so ridiculously strong today that I think a lot of people are just frothing at the mouth to buy that. But thank you for the insights. We're still seeing the S&P holding bullish structure at the highs. Baidu coming in a little bit. It's like our Baba starting to come in a little bit. No, that's still holding technical structure here at the highs. IWM still holding technical structure. IWM has a little bit of selling that's coming into the picture. Nvidia is still up nicely on the session, trying to hold steady inside of a choppy range. All right, so IWM still outperforming everything right now, up 1.43%. SPY still outperforming the Qs. Qs are definitely seeing a little bit more distribution. Meta went back to the negative side, while Google went back to the positive side. So you're seeing a clear little bit of capital rotation out of back and forth flowing into XLC. In terms of your strongest mega cap, Tesla by far up 4%. That's really pushing our $400 Tesla calls up nicely. Apple still up 0.71%, but off of the highs. Amazon doing well. Nvidia is trying to push here late in the session. Gold slightly negative, curling down right now. Dixie still depressed down at the lows. Yeah, WLDS, you called that one intraday. WLDS had a monster bounce off of the open. I think what you called it at the you called it down here. You went long right off of this kind of the 680, 650 zone. I think you went long off of. You called it. I remember you calling it off of the open. So really solid call out there by Curves. Nice job. All right, guys. LAZR printing for another high of day push here. I like it. I like it a lot. Lumina Holdings. It's a micro, pretty much a micro cap. LiDAR strength. We'll see if this name can firm up and break out to the high side. You're getting some volume down here on LAZR, so hopefully it can keep pressing here into the end of the session. Open is still a beast right now. Absolutely just in a full-fledged squeeze mode for open. Crazy. S&P 500 coming in just a little bit. Nvidia is some top wick distribution. Lululemon getting faded a little bit. S&P coming in just a touch. What's that? What a move in open. Open is looking like it wants $10. Will open hit double digits for the first time? That would be crazy. Crazy move. Hey, profit is a profit there, Curves. Profit is a profit. You're crushing it. All right, open still squeezing. IWM is now also coming in just a little bit. So you're seeing a potential failed breakout on the Russell. S&P looking a little bit heavier here. Still putting in higher highs, higher lows. You know, the level that would give us kind of our first little lower low would be kind of retesting this pivot. So the next big event for the market today, guys, is at 1 o'clock. We have the 30-year bond auction at 1 o'clock. 30-year bond auction. So we can get some more market volatility around that time frame. The 4-week and 8-week bill auction was fairly muted. Still seeing some pretty big liquidity coming back into certain biotechs here. Let's look at ETH. We'll do an Ethereum and crypto check. Ethereum has a little bit of top wick distribution going on right now. Ethereum is still looking pretty bearish intraday inside of this wide range red bar. You've just been chopping around, not really doing too much for ETH. CNC trickling a little bit lower here. Let's see UNH. UNH is still near the highs of the session. Starting to come in just a touch. Nat gas still down about 1%. What else we got? Snapchat still acting well. Marvell turned slightly negative to the dark side. So the S&P getting a little bit heavier. A little bit heavier though. Open is still a beast. Marvell doing a full round trip here. Let's see, Google. Google's probably going to be a short if the market declines here. Google is into a little bit of a resistance zone here. So that is an aggressive short zone if we start to break down. Let's look at Oracle again. Oracle still putting in a bit of a bear flag, but just trying to quietly grinding here. Grinding quietly higher. Kind of interesting. Open is still in beast mode. Seeking Alpha projects figure to open 36% above the IPO price of $25. I got 12 allocated shares. All right, so curveballs. What time are we supposed to open? Are we supposed to be opening already? FIGR? Maybe MU is the number one pick. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big investment service, right? They have a lot of ability to influence a lot of people, right? They issue an alert and you get a lot of buy side liquidity from them. They know how to pump up a stock, but they do issue some good buys. Micron's certainly just grinding higher. But if I'm not paying attention, let me know if figure opens. Still halted? Yeah. Supposed to be live at 7:20 a.m. Interesting. Interesting. All right, we are seeing a little bit of selling hitting that S&P 500 tape now, guys. We're coming in for our first little lower retest here, guys. And then we'll see if we make a lower high. So markets have been trending, making higher highs, higher lows. So we haven't made a lower low yet. If we make a lower low, it's going to bounce, and then you need to make a lower high to signify an intraday trend change. But we are pretty extended here, and we'll see if we get an afternoon sell-off hitting the tape. IWM looking a little bit heavier itself. Open is still a beast, hanging on to the highs. SMCI's turn negative. Marvell negative. Uh, Meta down 0.39%. Let's look at Meta, because Meta is going through a bit of choppy price action at the lows of its session. Meta not looking too hot here. Let me go to the hourly chart. A little bit of moving average support here on the hourly chart for Meta. It's still looking a little bit weaker here. Interesting. Meta's losing its 7-day. Looks like it wants to go into that gap fill, guys. Meta coming in. Yeah, Meta puts today look decent. Look like they're going to try to take Meta to that gap maybe by the end of the week. It's a pretty big move, but looking pretty bearish intraday. I honestly haven't looked into the fundamentals. Are they actually profitable? Hmm. We'll see what happens if it opens here. Dixie trying to make a little bit of a move higher. What a bounce for CDNS. I mean, that was a gift of an opportunity to go long on CDNS yesterday, recapturing almost everything. Crazy. Figure reduces the time required to buy home loans primarily by leveraging an online platform, automation, blockchain technology, and AI-powered tools to streamline approval, documentation, and funding. Okay, so maybe when Figure opens, we're going to see some of that liquidity come out of Open and push into Figure as well. Appreciate that information. It's a large limit order on Figure. Hopefully it fills. I'm not sure when to exit though. That's the tough part, right? That is the tough part. I know, knowing when to exit. S&P 500 getting another bid higher here. Another bid. Big bounce here on the S&P 500. Still giving us higher lows. Let's see if we can get a lower high here, but still got higher lows. Meta is getting a nice bounce off of the lows. Perspectives, nice. That's always good. I can definitely respect that. All right, so you're seeing a little bit of distribution hitting your communication stocks, Meta and Google. Google starting to come in just a little bit here. Yeah, Open is just a beast right now, still up about 68% on the session. Crazy, crazy mover. I gotta check. It's amazing how much stocks can squeeze in this market environment, how powerful they can be. Open going for that $10 area. Is it gonna do it? Google seeing a little bit of downside. CoreWeave hasn't looked back since I bought it at 113.90. Nice. Yeah, CoreWeave has definitely made a nice little bullish recovery for sure. Nice little exit off of that TP zone there. A stock that's looking interesting here, Smith & Wesson, making a little bit of a red to green reversal. Not looking too bad. S&P 500 still trying to firm up here. Still quietly grinding here on the S&P. Google getting some slight rejection off of that downsloping trend line that we discussed. So Google seeing a little bit of rejection. We'll see if it wants to transition that weakness into your communication basket. XLK still acting very, very well though. Lululemon getting faded. Wow, look at Duolingo. Duolingo, new high of day, baby. Let's go, Duolingo. Pump it, baby, pump it. What a beast. Holy moly, what a beast. That's a monster. Giddy's doing okay. Let's take a look at GDDY. Yep, GDDY looking strong intraday as well. Nice little continuation potentially about to occur. Let's look at that IWM. IWM is still struggling around that previous pivot high resistance, so we'll watch that closely. So IWM still struggling a little bit. Meta trying to be defended. Thoughts on HOTH, Hoth? Pharmaceutical, 22.2 million market cap, so it's very small. Volume trends only just started trading into the few millions. It's definitely had a strong daily chart breakout. You're putting in some higher highs. The next big level, if it closes above this daily chart high pivot, I mean, you could go to $3 next. It's looking pretty decent. So it's trying to break out of a weekly little bull flag pattern here. So any sort of a daily or weekly high above, close above that area, and this stock could run. And your next resistance really lies. Let me just see what this trend line is. Yeah, that's a clean breakout. That's actually a very clean breakout. Interesting. Very cool. Nice observation and find. So naturally, the next area that you would need to retrace is going to be, you're probably going to get a 50% retrace of this wick, and then likely even a 618. So that biotech's looking pretty good. Nice observation and find there. Very interesting chart. I don't really know much about the fundamentals of it, but clearly technical price action is showing good strength right now. But yeah, it's going to run as soon as you get that close above that high pivot, it should run. Getting faded a little bit off of the highs. It's kind of your biotech. IWM still holding unwavering strength. All right, so we're at a big level here for the S&P. Reason being is this could be our first little lower high of the session. We'll see if that's the case. So far though, it's maybe seeing a bit of distribution on SPY. If it is a lower high, we could potentially have this little head and shoulders pattern and formation about to trigger. If it does trigger, you break the neckline, you're looking at a move back down to 655.50, but it hasn't triggered yet, right? We're still seeing strength in the market, so give it the benefit of the doubt. The bulls are still well in control of this tape. We're super close for LAZR. Trying to break out to the high side here. Very close. Come on, this one could still squeeze, guys. This is breaking out of a larger term falling wedge pattern. Very extremely oversold on your weekly. Nice little weekly doji candle at the lows prior week. We'll see if it wants to break out. Not a quality company, but just a pure momentum trade. All right, IWM still trying to push. Open is just holding its gains near the highs here. Almost tapping $10, but just shy. Just shy. Uranium is continuing to push here. URA. AI is making a nice push. Interesting. Bitcoin getting slightly faded here. Meta trying to push here. S&P 500 still pushing. Trying to break out yet again. Going for that higher high yet again. Yeah, Duolingo, nice mover. Thank you. Appreciate that. That for me is a bit of a longer term hold. I firmly believe in the platform. I like the platform. I use the platform too. I'm trying to teach myself some other languages. Little, words here and there. But so far the markets are running into a potential little lower high here. Still looking very strong. IWM still freaking strong as ever. But yeah, I'm just holding commons for Duolingo. Up almost 10% on them. I think Duolingo should get back above 400, and then, you look at what we're hitting here, weekly EMA 113. Last time we hit it was here in August, and it just blasted off. So it's a big level. Really, really big level for Duo. Monthly chart, you back tested this value area low. Plus you had this monthly bottoming tail, this doji candle. Swept it. Look at this volume on Duolingo though. Crazy, eh? Absolutely insane. But it's a volatile stock. This stock moves quickly. It's a crazy mover. Really crazy. AMD is weak today? Yep. Yep. AMD is weak. Archer Aviation looking pretty bullish intraday. Nice volume down here on Archer. It's looking really, really constructive. Bouncing off your weekly 50. Just eating a little bit of food here, but still watching things. Perfect. Appreciate that. Thank you. We're all trying to learn. I'm not a perfect trader. I'm still learning too. This market is the best teacher. It's the smartest minds. I still got lots to learn in the overall markets. I've been trading now for about 12 years, 11 or 12 years. I'd have to double check, but just 1 second, guys. I'm getting a phone call here that I need to take. Thank you, Ram. Appreciate it. Markets are still acting very well. No sell side pressure, light volume tape. They're keeping things pinned and elevated here. Extremely, extremely strong market. S&P 500 is trying to push yet again. Figure Still waiting. I'm just looking for additional swing trade opportunities here in the market. They're still acting pretty well here. Just eating some lunch here, guys, so I'm not talking as much, but I'm still watching things. Potentially a double top did just form there. I agree with you, Ram. Also a little bit of a lower high potential. So SPY could, we'll see. It's still strong, but potentially the first double top. We'll see if that holds. When we get some net liquidations, at least some profit taking should be in store for this market. Still got strength across all your mega cap tech. They're all green on the session. S&P 500 though, still a beast. Still a beast. You are getting some positive momentum here on SMR, guys. SMR trying to make a bit of a move. Let's look at Oracle again. That's still coming in. Let's look at Broadcom, AVGO. That's still coming in. A-Lab just firmed up with the market. Hard to really do anything else there. Uranium still quietly grinding higher and higher. Look at uranium, guys. New highs. Pumping. Oklo pumping. Wow. So what's crazy, look at Eightco. So Octo, remember that Octo chart that BM&R pumped up Tom Lee a couple days ago? Well, it opened as a new ticker today, and look at it, just getting absolutely crushed. See, this is the pump and dump manipulation that we see in these markets. Is like this, the ticker all of a sudden changes ticker, changes charts to make people think and forget about the pump, but it's down 62%. 62%. That's freaking crazy, man. That is crazy. So all of that long liquidity, they're just absolutely eating up and taking. Filthy beast. So that short is still just printing. Supreme Leader, thoughts on Wolf, ticker WOLF? Yeah, Wolf's been having these crazy moves up and down at the lows of the chart here. It does appear to be showing some signs of accumulation, and it's digested this recent big move. So the momentum is starting to swing up for Wolf. I would say to trade this, I mean, it's a tough one because it has a tendency of gapping up and down, right? So you're at the whims of what the market does at any given session. But Wolf is certainly showing some near-term positive signs. Um, again, I don't know how their restructuring is going to play out. Maybe it's worth a bit of a lotto options play down here. I mean, it's $1.74, so any common shares that you buy should be just treated like a lotto. But I don't have a problem trading it. Not the company that I specifically like because they do have some troublesome price. But it is showing some weekly signs of momentum, that's for sure. But just understand that it's very wild. This one can be up and down 30-40% any given session. So it's tough to trade. But any sort of position, just understand there's going to be massive swings. Like be prepared to sit through, potentially 50 to 60% drawdowns. Be be ready. But in terms of just buying some lottos down here, not a bad area. Not a bad area. I think one of the next big stocks to break out is this DPRO, guys. I'm long already off the 443 commons, but I could see this starting to push. I still see this stock. Look at the RSI divergence. The momentum is starting to creep up on the daily RSI. Weekly RSI still has a lot of momentum. That's a little bit of a free trade idea. All right, open is starting to see a little bit of distribution here. Coming in just a touch here. Is that FIGR open yet? Still not open. Wow, they are crazy. No problem, Supreme Leader. All right, so markets have given us that lower high, first one of the day, still putting in higher lows though. We do have NVIDIA starting to break down yet again, losing that opening range low. LAZR is starting to pump, guys. LAZR starting to pump. Come on. Push it. But NVIDIA is starting to look a little bit weaker here. Big drop on SPY coming in. Yeah, markets are looking for a little bit of a pullback here. Still very strong though. Thank you, Sarfraz. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yep, we have figure open. FIGR is open. Open is seeing a little bit of a decline as figure. So I think what we're going to see is some of the speculation liquidity come out of open and probably fly into FIGR here. But yeah, figure is open here, guys. Let's see some of the biggest stocks that are making the biggest moves right now. Tough name to trade here, figure. But open is getting liquidated. Likely means some of this liquidity from open's probably going to try to chase FIGR up. That's what my expectation is. SPY still bouncing. Yep, figures live. Hmm? You quick sold figure? Nice. We'll see how much they want to pump it. But I'm expecting open liquidity to come in. And some of this liquidity from open is probably going to chase this name. S&P 500 is curling down. Tesla's seeing some distribution. Oracle seeing some distribution. Open is starting to get a little bit heavier. Figures still trying to press. MongoDB coming in a little bit. Buy is starting to come down. FIGR still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. You rebought figure. Good luck, good luck. S&P 500 is getting a little bit heavier here, guys. So SPY is starting to see a little bit of distribution, maybe a little bit of a near-term head and shoulders pattern. It's fighting the neckline right now. Opens coming down a little bit heavier. Surfers is in figure at 34. Nicely done. I'll buy the next little low sweep. We make one little low. I'm going to buy 32 bucks, guys. If we hit 32, that's where I'm going to look for a bit of a trade. Just swept the low there on FIGR. Again, I'm looking at 32. S&P 500 still just hanging on to a thread here. Head and shoulders pattern again, if that triggers, takes us down to 655 and change. So we're trying to trigger a bit of a bearish formation on the S&P. Are we going to make a lower low? We'll find out. S&P looking a little bit heavier here. Nvidia back to the negative side, Meta negative, crude oil still dropping, nat gas still dropping. Here comes figure. Here it comes. Here figure comes. This is an aggressive trade. Super speculative, risky. A lot of volume. How many shares have we traded already? We're up to 945,000. Perfect. We're just going to cross the $1 million or million barrier here very shortly. Trying to stabilize. Look at the bounce in figure. Oh, just missing my level. Come on. By 27 cents. That was a stunning bounce. 4% bounce there. That was crazy. SPY still looking a little bit weaker here. But figure, nice bounce on FIGR. I'm still waiting for this 32 level. We are seeing that S&P 500 showing some signs of distribution. We're looking for a head and shoulders breakdown on SPY. It's still in an uptrend, but we're looking for our first little lower low test. We've got our lower high on SPY. We're looking for a lower low. We're still creating higher lows. So the market's still technically in a trend, uptrend. So yeah, surfers, thank you for that. $25 was the offering for Figure Insider. So right now you can see, let's actually mark that on the chart for people. 25. Insider offering. So that is the premium that insiders roughly have. S&P getting a little bit heavier here, guys. Come on, give us a lower low. FIGR still holding some structure. Meta curling to the downside. Nvidia negative, Meta negative, Netflix negative. The next mega cap tech stock to go negative is either Google or Microsoft. Open. Seeing a little bit more distribution now on OPEN. It's starting to come in with the market. Liquidating here. We'll keep FIGR on watch. We'll see if it wants to sell off with the market. Oh shit, guys. I'm in. I am in. FIGR. Did not even expect to take that fill. Let's see what happens here. Still trying to trickle it lower. Yeah, there's a lot of selling pressure. S&P getting heavy, that's why too. Small caps are heavy. Come on, defend it here. Defend it. No, there's no calls. I don't even think they have a chain. I'm just in commons. Small position. Small position here, guys, for me. S&P is catching another little bid here. Here we go. 27% premium to your initial round of investors. Not bad, not bad at all. Open is getting heavier here, so open is seeing a little bit more net distribution, hitting the tape. IWM still strong, sending triangle on IWM looking bullish. Crazy. Open is still up 56%. SPY has triggered a little bit of a head and shoulders formation, retesting the neckline as we speak. Market's still in for a little bit of choppy price action here. They are melting this market. Figure continuing to drop here. Yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. Stop loss is still being defended on FIGR. If we close below 31 here on another 1 minute candle, I will stop out on the trade. Right now, I'm living to fight another 1 minute candle. Living to fight. Come on. They're trying to defend FIGR just a little bit. So I'm still long FIGR. Still long. Yeah, I'm about pennies. Again, my stop loss is on a 2-minute close, so we got a 1-minute close there. Never ever gave the secondary candle close, so I'm still riding. Trying to form a bit of a 1-minute inverse head and shoulders potential here. Hasn't given us the breakout, but we'll see if it can. S&P 500 starting to trickle down a little bit more. But if this can break out of this little inverse, then we could have a little bit of a move up to back to 3460-ish. Let's see. So SPY a little bit distributive here. SPY is starting to get heavier, guys. A little bit heavier here. Let's see if we can get that first lower low test. Here we go. Starting to make a move here, figure. I'm looking for a TP1. I'll sell half my shares. And then TP2. GR. All right, big punch up on SPY. Trying here. Nvidia just briefly went negative there. Snapchat making a nice move off of the lows. Take a look at Snap. Snap's pushing here. So a really strong move for Snap off of the lows. Seeing heavy accumulation down in this region, but it hasn't given us that definitive breakout just yet. Ethereum trying to push a little bit. 22 million volume on Figure. Cool. Big push through on SPY. SPY still giving us higher lows. Higher lows are still in place for SPY. They're absolutely squeezing Alibaba. Baba's pushing. Baidu's still pushing. Members, just a heads up, I am exiting my full Baidu position. I'm exiting my full Baidu position. BIDU. Actually just closed all of my Baidu call options, locking in 290%. 290% profit secured on BIDU, guys. So I'm all out of my China plays. Very strong. Even look at Baba. I mean, Baba's had a huge push here. Going to 160 so quickly here. My oh my. That's crazy how fast that stock rose. That was a big winner for us. Big, big winner. Anyways, we'll flip back to the S&P 500 here. Still holding 657, back testing that neckline yet again of your head and shoulders pattern. We'll see if it wants to distribute anymore. Look at FIGR starting to shake and bake here. Come on, FIGR. Pump it. Push it. Push it, push it. Come on, punch it to the high side. They're squeezing pretty much everything in this market. Everything is starting to frickin' squeeze. Woohoo! Squeezing. Squeezing, squeezing. So they're taking a lot of that mega cap tech liquidity and pumping it into small caps, guys. What a monster move. Yeah, it's fairly. I'm coming up into a TP target here, guys. Target price 1 on FIGR. Oracle still falling a little bit. How's CoreWeave doing? CoreWeave looks ready for another short. Looks like it's possibly curling to the downside. Yeah, I would love for them to drop SPY into the end of the day. I would love for them to do that. But it's so tough. So, so strong. This market is a straight behemoth. Just give me a sec, guys. Just eating some late lunch here, guys. I'm still watching things. If anything changes, I'll jump on and let you know. Pump and figure. We got some bullish patterns. Come on, give us a higher high. Give us a higher high. Break here. FIGR trying to pump. Come on. Lunch at 33. It's 130 for me. 130 for me. Let's go. We're breaking here. We're breaking. I'm going to look to trim some profits, but I'm going to let it overshoot my TP target here. TP1, I'm going to let it overshoot. Yeah, we're looking pretty good here. We are looking pretty good on figure. Come on. Pump it. SPY trying to curl back to the upside. Go figure, go. 10 a.m. there? Wow. 10 a.m. Where are you trading from? Come on. Don't you do that to me. Give me a higher high figure. Come on. S&P, it's still trying to push. You're doing laundry? Cool, cool, cool. Come on, give us a new high of day there. You know what stock is coming in hard? A-Lab. A-Lab seeing some heavy distribution there. S&P 500 still backtesting that key neckline. IWM still trying to press. I'm raising my target on Fig here. Or sorry, Figure. IWM still a beast. I'm putting a break-even stop loss on Figure. That's a hard stop at 32. I don't want to lose money on that trade, but hard stop at 32 for me. Getting a little heavier here. Seeing some near-term rejection. A little bit more distributive up here at the highs. It seems like we have hit some highs of the session, and things are getting a little bit choppier here. So we're seeing SPY getting rejected at that same neckline. It's still trying to search for a lower low, but still putting in, it's giving us a nice little lower high here, but hasn't given us that lower low. Figure, we're still looking for a first trim target on Figure. Again, my stop loss is at $32, so we're up a few percentage points. Yeah, earlier I said puts, but I said you need to stop out of your IWM if you get a 5-minute close above that high pivot. So it's just been grinding. It's a tougher short IWM. It's really tough. I never officially entered myself, but it's been a tough market to short with small caps. But SPY getting a little bit more choppier here. Come on, give me first trim, Figure. Give me first trim. It is trying to show some signs of accumulation down here, FIGR. And again, you have this little inverse head and shoulders that's trying here. Certainly trying. He set the stop. Yeah. That was a 32 entry, 31 stop on a 2-minute close. We got the 1-minute wick and then they saved it. It was crazy. Let's see if open can trigger this little head and shoulders into the close here. If it does trigger this head and shoulders, profit taking, you would see about a 9% fall from the neckline. That would take us back to that opening range high. So let's see if that's the case. It would still be up drastically on the session. And it's only valid if it triggers, guys. It's only valid if it triggers. Come on, Figure. Push it. You never know, right? Could get a whale that comes in and just scoops up. So right now, compared to where we are from that insider offering, we're trading at a premium of roughly 35%. At the lows there, it was about 22%. Where we bought was about a 27% premium. So, just with the amount of bullish liquidity that's in this market, it wouldn't surprise me to see this try to take out this high. That would not shock me. We have a lot of bullish liquidity. I could easily see it push to 37 bucks plus today. I don't even know if Wall Street has expectations on it. I haven't really looked at the company. in depth. This is just purely a technical long based off of momentum and bullish liquidity in the market today. You're down 3 grand almost at one point. Wow. Now you're green. Yeah. Hey, you know, it's making a comeback, right? Sometimes you got to sit through some pain, short-term pain, to see those gains, right? Yeah, you're right. There's really nothing to trade on here with Figure other than some 1 minute candles. Literally, it's just a momentum trade in the market. That's all it is for me. But it's risk free for me right now. I got a break even stop loss at 32. I'm up just over 5% on the trade. Looking for more though. So for me, it's risk free. Common shares, long. And again, it's just because there's so much bullish liquidity in the Russell and S&P today that everything is pretty much getting bid up today. Everything is pretty much getting bid up. So, but you're right. It's a tough chart to trade based off of technicals because there's really nothing. I mean, you got a 1 minute bullish pattern here, but you look at the daily candle, there's nothing there. You look at the hourly candle, there's nothing there. So yeah, obviously 1 minute patterns can fail for sure. That's why it's risky. It's aggressive, but this market has been an aggressive, strong trend today. So IWM printing new high. Look at that beast. S&P 500 still trying to trend here. Still in a little bit of a choppy range. Come on, Figure. Go, go, go. Punch it. Punch it. Again, tomorrow is 0 DTE Friday. Lots of interesting action set to take place tomorrow. I'm still looking for first trim on FIGR, guys, around this 3467 zone. That is my first trim. A-Lab is looking a little bit weaker here. That's starting to come in. AVGO near the lows of the session. Nvidia has gone negative yet again. Tesla is still ripping here, guys. Up to 364, new high of day, baby. Look at Tessie ripping. What a ripper. Let's go. Tesla looks like it's trying to break out, guys. What a candle and a half. I just secured some profit on my Tesla calls. Caleb saying, I remember when Rivian IPO, my uncle was a trader in Chicago. He said short it, should have listened. My cousin said he made a couple million. Wow. Nice. So I just took profits on my Tesla 400 calls, guys. Locked in a nice chunk of change there, about 58% profit. That was a good trade on Tesla. A $29 contract to 46. Nice little $1,700 gain there. Beautiful. All right, again, I'm still just managing a hard stop. $32 hard stop on Figure. You can see the S&P is still holding bullish structure. Still hugging that EMA 113. FIGR coming in a little bit now. So Oracle at the lows of its session. Open pushing right back up. What's going to happen here? Final couple hours left in the tape. We're dumping Oracle right now. Let's look at Broadcom. Selling Broadcom. So those same mega caps that they were selling in the morning off the open, they're now getting sold into again. So maybe we see some weakness start to creep into the market. You also have the US dollar trying to firm up at the lows, still under all of its pre-market low levels, so obviously it's a tough one. Wow, look at that bullish recovery on CDNS. That's a crazy, crazy chart, eh? Friggin' filthy. Google still staying super, super strong. Let's look at Trade Desk now. Wow, yeah, Trade Desk. Did it make new lows? Almost. Trade Desk almost made new lows there. Wow. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Caleb saying going to yoga class. I'll tell you if Lulu's a short still. Thank you. I still like Lulu for the long term. I'm not holding off. Oh, well, I am holding some option position, but there's still potentially some downside left in Lulu, but it makes sense down here to start a position. All right, FIGR coming in. S&P 500 still looking to press a little bit higher here. All right, guys, I'm about to get stopped out on Figure. I love hot yoga. I might get stopped out here, guys, at break even on FIGR. This is an example of securing profits. Fortunately, I never did. All right, guys, FIGR just hit my stop loss there at break even. I got stopped out. Unfortunately, this one has had a bit of a failed 1 minute breakout. I'd buy it at new lows, guys. All right, so I'd buy it at new lows. Basically going to repeat the trade, except I'm going to wait for $30.50. And my stop loss would be $29.50. Damn, look at CoreWeave falling off a cliff here. Shit, that would look like a short earlier on. When I said it, should have taken it. But CoreWeave coming in. Coming in hot. Coming in hot. Look at Netflix today, guys. Just getting pummeled. What the hell's happening with Netflix? Just exiting stage left down 4% when the tape is this strong. Wow. So crazy, Netflix. That's a nasty bar down. Extremely oversold intraday. Yeah, Netflix looks like it could bounce here, guys. Not a bad area. Not a bad area. AVGO breaking down quite sharply here. Coming in hot. Giving us another lower low. Netflix is a buy. Usually on these dips, you're right, it is a buy, right? I see it going a little bit lower, but it's getting close. But for a day trade here, Netflix isn't looking bad. All right, so you're seeing mega-cap tech getting heavier. NVIDIA down 0.45, breaking down. Microsoft's negative. Netflix heavy. AVGO coming in. Oracle seeing some distribution. So your mega-cap tech is getting much heavier here. QQQ underperforming in a really big way here. You can see the Qs are well below its 1-minute EMA, coming into its prior day high. Whereas SPY, obviously holding a little bit more relative strength, just still sitting on that EMA. 113. FIGR bouncing. Let's look at NVIDIA here, because that's coming in sharply. Yeah, NVIDIA busting through some key support levels. Let's see if they want to knife this market into the close. Final couple hours, afternoon sell, we will see. SPY's getting heavier here. IWM starting to come in just a touch. You took Netflix 1200 call, 38.75. Nice. Good luck. Good luck. Microsoft coming in. JP Morgan still trending. We're seeing this market getting some extra liquidity now from mega cap tech. You're seeing Apple trying to push, Nvidia trying to find a little bit of a bottom here, AMD trying to find some support, Broadcom, that's still looking weak, coming in, looking for new lows. Oracle still putting in some lower lows intraday. Tesla still off of the level that we just exited. A lot of volume traded up there, but still remarkably strong. Wow, Netflix is just getting so beaten up here, getting so oversold. I'm tempted down here. Probably Netflix is probably gonna get a bounce back to 1200 today. This is a huge volume bottom starting to be created on Netflix. See the daily chart volume. Yeah, quite a bit of volume on the daily chart. There goes the S&P just absolutely spiking to the high side here. Pushing and pushing and pushing. Let's see what Microsoft is doing. Microsoft is still a little bit weak. Meta's trying to break out here to the high side. But Apple right now is looking ridiculous. Snapchat's still doing really well. Ethereum's still pushing. Copper stocks are still pushing. Take a look at this SCCO. This chart, this chart, that intraday chart is just filthy, guys. On SCCO, this has got a lot of momentum behind it. Copper. I mean, this pattern breaks out on SCCO. It's a huge pattern. I mean, massive. A massive daily chart inverse head and shoulders. We're coming right up to that neckline. I'm already up $10 on my commons, but this is one that I've just been sitting through. I started buying this one back in July, and it's acting quite nicely for us, but a lot of meat on the bone. If this breaks out to the high side, just take a look at this pattern. So if this triggers that inverse head and shoulders breakout on SCCO copper stock, it's one of the leaders in the copper space. We're looking at an upside to 143. It's like, holy moly. One of the only commodities that hasn't performed in this bull market surge other than oil is copper. Copper, obviously, even with that decline on the back of Trump's announcement, copper stocks have held up. I mean, when you see an underlying commodity drop like that, and then your copper stocks are still holding strength, that is telling me that that was probably some sort of orchestrated event by Trump to manipulate copper stocks, get people to bail out of their longs, and now look, boom, right back up. Copper stocks are basically trading like copper is still at the highs, and that underlying commodity price is still super, super weak. So, interesting little divergence there that I am looking at. Let's look at natural gas again. That's still coming in, looking like that 20-day moving average is much likelier to hit. WTI crude also looking pretty bearish here. BBAI getting sold in just a little bit. Friggin' awesome price action on Duolingo. Really good. Microsoft Nvidia is still negative. Carvana still struggling today. Carvana looks like it's trying to break down. Oh, GRAB seeing some high volume today. Wow, look at Grab. Grab some shares. Grab some shares. Grab is breaking out. Holy moly, that's got some serious momentum, guys. Keep that on watch. Look at that nasty weekly inverse head and shoulders on Grab. Holy moly, that's a breakout chart if I've ever seen one. Wow, 750? What is that, about 40% move? Holy moly, Grab is looking decent. Grab is looking decent. Interesting. Interesting. Very cool. Very cool looking chart there on Grab. All right, A-Lab looking pretty cooked up here, even with the market strength. A-Lab coming in, testing the dark side of the market. So Figure made a nice little move back up off the bottom here. Really decent level. So it seems at 31.70ish, 32 bucks is a respectable support zone for FIGR. That's acting quite well off of that zone and vicinity. A-Lab has now gone negative. Again, we still have Adobe earnings after the bell, guys. It's a pretty important stock. It does influence a lot of other names. specifically in your cloud space. Adobe's still negative on the tape, but off of the lows. Interesting. You have SMR getting a really big squeeze here. That name's acting well. Look at that beautiful reversal on UPS. That's a stunning reversal. That's a heavy volume reversal, guys. Almost a 3% bottom reversal. Daily chart, bullish engulfing. Keep that one on watch. Nice reversal on OKTA today. GDX is just absolutely insane. I mean, gold has just... I've tried to short GDX, and honestly it's kicked my ass. Absolutely kicked my ass. Just relentless. I mean, you look at some of these miners. Like, look at Newmont. I mean, Newmont finally coming into a... That's crazy. It's insane. Strong, strong, strong. Curveball saying I'm trying to play triangle momentum play on WLDS. Let's look at WLDS. Yeah, that's been a beast. That has been a beast. Looking a little bit choppy, but you got a low, higher low, higher low, high, higher high, lower high. So you're just in a bit of a wedge formation. Obviously, it's tough here because, yeah, I guess you're technically at the lower boundary wedge. So good risk reward, but if you start breaking that wedge, then it's probably a bit of a stop loss. But not looking too bad, I guess. That's for sure. Nice drop on SPY there. Let's see if Baba will start to come in. Oracle getting smoked here, guys. Look at Oracle just trickling lower, down 6.5%. Hopefully you're still holding some of your puts there, curveballs. Hopefully. See AVGO here. Yeah, AVGO also coming in, guys. Nice decline there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Tesla's ripping. A-Lab's still coming in. Google's still remaining firm. Wow, Tesla is just a behemoth today. Ripping. Snapchat is ripping as well, guys. Snapchat is flying. One of my more bullish stocks that I think into 2026, Snapchat. I like it. They should be turning around a little bit of a growth story with their ad revenue. They've been pumping ads. Holy shit, I looked at Warner Brothers when it was up 5%. Now look at it. Oh my goodness gracious me. This, I was literally looking at this, oh my god, this morning, and it was up 5% here. Now look at it. Holy moly. What a crazy move. Jeez, the moves today we're seeing in the stock market, guys, is these crazy wiping out short moves. Literally, the market makers are just wanting to crush the shorts, wiping out liquidity, and you're wondering why. You have to wonder why you're getting all of these high short interest moves, names that are just blowing people out. I'm sure there was a ton of margins being called today, people having to cover. And that's the thing about proper position management. It's easy to get blown out in this market when you're shorting, but it makes me, these moves that I'm seeing in individual stocks today is kind of making me think there's like this blow off move in the markets before maybe we go into a bit of a negative downturn here. Crazy. Ridiculous. Commodities, oil, nat gas still selling off. How's our sectors doing? Every sector's green in the S&P 500 except for energy. Your strongest sector today is Tesla, XLY. Then you got financials, which are doing quite well. BABA coming in pretty hard right now. Tesla's still ripping. Figure's still holding 32. Open is still up 66%. Crazy. Craziness. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Microsoft just dipped to the negative side. Nice bounce on Netflix. Good job, JP, on your Netflix calls. Netflix had a really sharp bounce. Kind of what I was thinking too. Back to 1200. Yep. Nice bounce there in the near term on Mr. Flix. IWM starting to come in just a touch here. So BABA this week alone is up 14% on the week. On the week, BABA's up 14%. That is filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Craziness. Yeah, they've definitely blown out the shorts on a lot of names. A lot of names. IWM looking a little bit heavier here. Will they close IWM back inside this high volume reversal candle? That's what I'm looking for. Got a 4-hour chart breakout on the Russell. They're starting to sell a little bit here. Carvana still under some pressure. AVGO still trickling lower. Affirm still down 3.5%. APLS, that's also seeing a sharp decline today. APLS, wow. Nasty little decline there. Interesting. Interesting. AMD is obviously weak on the tape. That's gone through quite a bit of its own distribution. Doesn't want to seem to firm up. Cisco has gone negative. I always like watching Cisco. It was the very first stock I ever bought in my career. All right, so 14 votes. Majority of people said the CPI will pump the markets. We'll end the poll there. Yeah, Cisco was my very first stock. Let's look at this Jumia. What is that doing? Jumia's got some serious momentum behind it. Breaking above all the weekly chart resistance. Interesting. Nice, just over a grand by scalping WLDS. Beautiful job there. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Tesla's starting to come in just a little bit now. NRSN. Wow, look at that spike yesterday and then coming in today. That's crazy. Ticker path. Under a little bit of pressure. IQ still coming in. Chegg. Yeah, that's still coming in as well. Twilio is negative. We're just looking at some stocks now, individuals. How's TTD again? Is that at the lows? Yeah, TTD wants new lows, guys. That one's going to be an interesting one. Thoughts on Marvell? So I've made money on Marvell. I've lost money. More recently, I lost. Well, technically, my trade's not over yet, but basically, I made money on this pump here. I find Marvell, it was manipulated. I think they really threw the baby out with the bathwater there just to get long this stock at the lows. And why I say that was because they came in with mixed guidance around their revenue. And basically, it's the exact opposite. When we saw this pump up here, this came on the back of stronger guidance for 2026, their AI cloud computing business. So here they raise their guidance for one sector of the business, and here they lower it. So it makes me think it was a manipulated downside move. I like the company on a longer term basis. That being said, I still hold some upside call options, but I'm underwater on those positions. So I made money here, I lost money here. It's looking like the position is going to lose unless we get some sort of a magnificent pop on it. But I do like Marvell. I do like it. I think it makes sense. Building into options are a little bit riskier, but you're back testing and holding that weekly 200 moving average. So there's definitely some support here. Wow, look at Open, guys. Open just had a monster candle. Holy crap. Holy, a new high spiking through $10 there. What a beast. What an absolute beast there on open. That was filthy. What a monster there. Huge volume spike there on OPEN. Pushing to new highs. Look at that 1 minute candle breakout. That was filthy. SPY's just forming what appears to be a bullish wedge pattern here. Still holding higher lows, lower highs, but it's looking like it wants to try to break out here. Oracle now down 7%. AVGO down 2.83. Duolingo up 9.57. That was insane on open. Walmart strong today. That's up nicely. Abercrombie and Fitch taking a little bit of a breather. Let's look at Uber. I haven't checked out Uber in a while. They've been announcing a lot of strategic partnerships. Chart's still strong. LYFT. A little bit of backing and filling there for Lyft. Lamb West is strong. Humana, nice bid. Wow, look at SMPS. That's insane, eh? 11% bounce. Usually you're supposed to let a few days settle out before you go, but no one waited. They just bought SMPS, slap the bid and the ask. Bye, bye, bye. Alibaba still up 7.66%. Adobe slightly negative. AEO. Wow, AEO still trending. We made a ton of money on those AEOs. That was a crazy move on AEO. We caught that whole earnings pop. That was beautiful. Kava getting slapped. ASTS, that's still acting well. Tesla's starting to come in from the highs here, guys. Tesla. So tomorrow is going to be a huge, huge candle for Tesla. Huge weekly candle. Right now, Tesla on the daily chart is breaking out. It's getting a little bit rejected by this double top, but breaking out of this wedge pattern with force. And if Tesla can break out on the weekly chart tomorrow, wow, it's going to rip. It's going to moonshot. That being said, I sold my Tesla calls into strength. I am always a big believer of selling positions into strength because you never know. You know, when the market gives me a nice $1,700 in profit in a very short period of time, I can always re-enter, allocate that capital somewhere else, buy a farther dated strike. Just bought puts for open at 1050, nice. Yeah, you know, open, I still think open's crazy. It's one of those stocks that I bet Wall Street bets are behind here now and pumping it up. So it's been an absolute monster. It's really been a monster. Baba's seeing some nice distribution here. Oracle still trickling lower, looking for 300. Open is still squeezing to the upside right now. But I think you're in a good position for open. I think you're in a really good position. I don't think the move is justified just based off of the Shopify CEO, but again, the market is the market, right? And that's what we're getting right now. But it looks like a blow-off move, high volume. Baba's starting to come in quite nicely. Good to see. Whoops. Uranium getting sold into a little bit. S&P coming in a touch. Google here is ripping into the close. Stunning push. Apple trying. Meta trying. Nvidia looking strong. Microsoft's still a little bit weaker on the session. Yeah, Oracle. Oracle getting dethroned for sure. Look at that algorithmic sell plan. Tight range. That's an institutional sell plan being executed. And if we do that measured move based off of, so wave 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Yeah, Oracle should hit 295 based off a symmetrical move, and then we'll have to reassess there. SPY still acting quite well. Oracle coming in hard. Let's keep open up here. Open is just squeezing like a maniac. She's a maniac, maniac. How many shares are we at for open here? 818 million. We're definitely going to hit a bill. Let's hit a Billy Club. Gold starting to trickle a little bit down. Netflix back down 4%. It's been a weird day. A lot of blow-off top extension moves in this market, guys. A lot of blow-off tops. All right, SPY starting to come in a little bit. S&P 500. Yeah, do not buy open up here. Oh my goodness. Do not be the bag holder. You buy open up here, you will be holding the bag. Open is not going to see these highs for a long time. This is a huge move to the upside. Super extension, blow off top move. You buy open at 10. Remember, this company is highly unprofitable. Burning a lot of cash still. I don't care who your CEO still is. I mean, if we go through a little bit of an economic downturn with weakening labor market data, real estate stocks should come under pressure. You're seeing real estate stocks getting a little bit of a FOMO rally here on the back of softer rates, but the macroeconomic greater trend over the coming months, we should see more weakening in the data. Let me just show you something real quick on the chart here, and it's going to include, where is it here? All right, initial jobless claims. So take a look at what just happened here. Markets are in this FOMO rally because they think low rates are going to save us, but there's always a but. So look at the initial jobless claims print we just got today. 263K, blowing the forecast out. We finally took out that high pivot from June. And simultaneously, we took out the high pivot here back in 2024, October. That is a nasty print. I'm kind of shocked the markets are up this high because, again, investors are just frothing with these lower rates. But we just made a higher high in initial job loss claims, which is telling us that the trend for the labor market is getting worse, not better, worse. And yes, as the markets start to break down, as the labor market starts to break down, rates come lower, but you're eventually going to see smart money start selling into this. The SPX obviously still has potentially on a technical basis still some more upside. I mean, but we hit a big level today, TP1 on the SPX, but it's just been holding steady. I mean, my upper boundary target, my year-end target on the SPX is this area here, 6,600 is my year-end target on SPX. 6620-ish, give or take. We're close. We're close. I mean, 0.5% more. So we'll see if that wants to press there, but don't be buying open up here. You may feel like you're FOMOing, but trust me, this stock can reverse 20% in the blink of an eye. Could it continue to surge throughout the end of the day? Sure, the market's strong, it's got some momentum behind it, but I mean, 76% up on the session. You're wanting to trade that name by all means, but not something you'll catch me doing. But yeah, I mean, maybe the S&P has a little bit more upside, but we're getting to those upper end targets, that's for sure. Ram making money on his Netflix calls. Nice job. Nice job. Yeah, it did bounce back to that 1200 level. Back under 1200 now, but it did recapture 1200 briefly there. Nat gas still getting clobbered. Crude oil still sharply lower. Gold still negative. Dixie negative. Yield soft. Open hit 10. Yep. Spot on. Crazy. Went farther than I thought. Shit. Look at them just squeeze the S&P 500. take a look at Shop. So Shop 146 above your 7 and 20, all of your key daily chart moving averages. Weekly chart, you're inside of a nice little impulse green candle looking like a bull flag right on that 7. Yeah, Shopify looks like it's going to print new highs. I have a bullish target on Shopify around 189, 185-ish. Your previous all-time high sitting at 178-ish. I mean, Shopify looks poised here. It's had some nice consolidation on your daily and weekly chart. At minimum, you're probably going to move to about 160-ish, above 160. So looking pretty good for Shopify. Um, let's just see what else. Yeah, daily RSI I have at 59, weekly RSI 64. So you got momentum on both the daily and weekly time frame. Strong momentum on the 4-hour time frame. A little bit of momentum on the hourly time frame. Momentum on your 20. So all time frames are showing momentum except for kind of your 5 and you're lower. You're much lower. You're above that opening range high. This is technically a buy here. Up 2.71% on the session today. I think there's a pretty defined risk. Your risk would be, in my opinion, let's just look at the weekly chart again. Yeah, your risk, I mean, depending on what you're holding, if it's options, I would say your risk is a close below this low pivot. If it's common shares, your risk should be around this low pivot here. So it's not looking bad at all. I think Shopify is actually looking like a decent chart. Looking really decent, actually. Yeah, not bad at all. Let me check the monthly. Yeah, you've had quite a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive candles on the monthly. Getting a little bit overbought on the monthly. But weekly RSI looks good. Daily and weekly look good. Certainly looks good. Yeah, not a bad setup there, curveballs. Not a bad setup. Look at that S&P 500. Is this going to break a bull flag here? It's got some momentum on your 5-minute chart. Same thing on your 10. It looks like SPY wants new highs, guys. Crazy. Double top on KRYS. Let's take a peek at KRYS. So daily chart, huge momentum up 3.83%. No real daily chart resistance. Let's look at the 4-hour chart. Busting through your 4-hour chart resistance. Hourly chart. Yep, also busting through. Um, no double top. A little bit of a gap fill resistance here, which you're actually eating through right now. So there's a little bit of resistance here on the daily. I would wait if you're wanting to short this. Um, wait for it to sweep this high. If you're wanting to scalp short, it's not at a swing short level, but maybe a scalp short if you're wanting to scalp short it. Wait for a sweep of that high. That would be your better area, but it's got a lot of momentum behind it, and it's got some room to run on the smaller time frames. A little extended intraday, but it can run. Let me look at the weekly. Yeah, the weekly chart could still get back to about 146. I don't think that's going to happen today. And this seems like a lower priced equity just with, what's the volume on it? Let me do a quick volume check. Um, yeah, so Caleb, just be careful with this one. because it's a low priced equity, or sorry, it's a lower volume equity. I mean, you're barely trading, 200,000, 300,000 shares. So I don't even trade really anything without over a million myself. And I don't really promote anything other than something over a million shares because I don't like to pump and dump. So this one can easily overshoot technical levels just because it has much less volume. So just be careful with KRYS. To biotech as well. I don't really know anything about it. Market cap 4.14 billion. Okay, so it's a decent market cap. But yeah, volume today is thin, very thin. Tough to short a low volume stock. Very tough. And average volume is 367, so you're way under the 30-day average. But decent market cap. This one's putting in a bit of a wedge formation itself. Hasn't given us a breakout move, but right now being defended, so you're kind of in a 50-50 no man's land. It could go back down to the wedge or it could go right back to the wedge. So risk to reward is not the best here, but it is showing some signs of life, putting in a little bit of a daily chart reversal there. So obviously we can watch that one. All right, curveballs, you just grabbed some figure at 31. Let's take a look at figure. Okay, that one's coming right back down to the lows. Interesting. Yeah, I have a long level. I do have a long level, but mine is now around $30.50. I wanted to sweep the low. So that's where I'd get interested, but 31, interesting. 31 is interesting. Cabinassi still in GDX and Google. Unfortunately, yes, I'm losing money in GDX. That one is just wrecking me. GDX is crazy, crazy mover today. Has taken a little bit of a breather intraday, but what a move on GDX. Just a complete and utter bull to the upside. So GDX has been one strong, strong stock. And I still think Google will come in, but Google's obviously kind of doing what Microsoft did go on earnings. Uh-oh. Did I just lose my Wi-Fi? Sorry about that. I think my Wi-Fi tripped out for a bit. Yeah, Google's locked you up here. But it has broken out of a little bit of a bullish pattern, Google, which points to, call it again, let's see this upside move. Roughly about 243, I would say. Just shy of that area. SPY trying to break out yet again of another bullish formation. So looking pretty good. Tesla's still strong. Let's look at open again. What an absolute beast on open. Google could be in for a double top though. We'll see. It's hard rejection there in the S&P. Yeah, Google's insane to me too. But this is what happens when you get mega cap tech, right? Pushing You get these crazy, crazy moves. I agree. It's overbought. It's extended. You know, we traded Google, and that even went farther than I expected. I was holding some Google calls down. I was holding Google calls down here, traded up to this about this 200, and I didn't expect this huge blow-off move, but it just shows you how quickly stocks can keep gaining momentum. Once the stock is hot, the market likes to chase it. Figure making a run. Let's take a look at Figure. Yeah, trying to make a little bit of a run here. Definitely. Snapchat still beast moding, 4.18%. Really good move there. Let's see what else we have here. Yep, CNC is the biggest winner. This is one that I hold common shares long. I'm still down on this position, but I like CNC still for more upside. I think the healthcare sector is still pushing here. My average is at 36.95, so I'm still into this high volume red candle. I think it needs a little bit of time to digest this one, but nice move today on CNC. Nice move today on CNC. Little extended intraday, but daily chart still has room to run. You can see 4-hour chart. I think we can consolidate above this EMA. Um, you're getting a nice bullish crossover of your daily 7, 20, and 50. But I think CNC at minimum is a $50 stock. But I think at least you're going to see this move back to gap fill. Let's look at Palantir for Caleb. Drop Palantir. Yeah, you know, Palantir is one of those leaders that you would be surprised to say that it's down on the session in this strong tape. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing this market broaden out. A lot of those leaders are showing distribution signals. Palantir right now sitting right on a little bit of a trend line here that if it breaks it, you're going to see a nice fall on PLTR. It's definitely looking weak underneath that opening range low, but still holding above PDL. But this is technically a short underneath OR low. It's definitely a lot weaker than the market. So if the market were to give up some sort of price action to the end of the day, PLTR is definitely coming down. That's for sure. In terms of your larger trend on PLTR, you're still sitting above that daily chart 20 moving average. So just be careful because it's digesting this little recent move up. You're still above your 7 and 20, so the bigger trend still remains up, even with this pullback. And look what you're also recapturing this week, or at least trying to, is your weekly 7. That's sitting at 164.55. So that's why there's a ton of support there. Basically, traders have been buying up the support off of that 164.55 weekly moving average. But intraday, it looks definitely bearish. It's a tough chart right now. It's kind of on a knife edge. But yeah, if the S&P breaks down, they're gonna drop Palantir some more. That's for sure. Tesla is still going for new highs on the session. All right, what else do we got on our big list of movers? What else can I trade? Wolf is still up 22.4%. Dollar General down. Crocs down. Roblox down. Chipotle making a move off the lows. PayPal's green. Airline stocks. Delta down 1.68%. That's really come in quite sharply. So I'm going to put this here. Nice. You reduced your average on figure. Whoops. Look at SPY breaking out of this little bit of a bullish wedge pattern, trying to firm up. Western Digital, WDC, has a weekly RSI of 85. Interesting. Yeah, look at that chart. That's a rocket. 85.49 on the weekly. I mean, yeah, that's a short setup. Holy moly. What the heck? What is this PE right now? Let me just do some metrics here. PE to median. Um, Median PE is 8.38, trailing 12-month EPS 5.1, current PE 18.62. Okay, so it's definitely extended on a historical basis. Let me just look at its earnings real quick. Earnings annual 2025. Okay, so it's reported 4.93 versus the estimate, so a small beat there. 6.55. Let me just write this down. 2027, 709. All right, let's see. quickly its revenue, income, revenue growth, annual revenue growth 9.52 billion. So strong beat on revenue for 2025, which is why it's exploding. Q4, nice growth there. So strong revenue growth trends, which is why Western Digital is exploding higher here. But all good things come to an end. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right, based off of that EPS 655, so 95 divided by 6.55. Yeah, that's extended. Oh my God, that's extended. EPS multiple stretched. Stretched. It might be a short setup here for a little bit of a snapback. One more little spike higher, maybe. No, that could be the high though. So higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher low, higher low, higher low. Maybe their first little lower high here. Maybe. Yeah, it's getting close to a short WDC, getting very close. If you're aggressive, you can take it here. I'm going to wait for maybe one more spike through this 96 area. I mean, it could even potentially go to another spike higher here, but it's getting very close. Extended on all metrics here, but it's posting strong rev growth, so that's what Wall Street loves right now. But realistically, this stock should be at, where did I say that PE was? Historical versus median. All right, so it's 18 right now. Its fair value price to earnings should be at around a 14 based off of its 2026 EPS estimates. If it hits a 14.6 PE, that would roughly put the stock. Let me just see here. It should be, the upside should be limited here. I mean, with a 14 PE, it should be about a $90 stock. How many gaps to show you on the chart? Yeah, I know. Look at that. One, two major gaps. Then there's a big one down here, so that's three. But yeah, that stock should be about a $90 stock. So using 2026 as its full year, its full EPS, basically meaning that it taking into account the full earnings year, it should be a $90 stock. You know, based off its 2025, this is where fundamentals are good, but they can lead you astray. Let me do another quick calculation here. It's insane. Yeah, I'm interested in shorting this name. I like it on the short side. Maybe a little bit more, but getting very close. Very, very close. Let me throw on this deviation band. Yeah, that's been a run and a half. That has been a run and a half. And then at the same time, when you get the first pullback in this name, how many gaps in my chart settings? What do you mean? If I go settings, what do you want to see? Title, open, market status, chart values, bar changes, volume. Trading. Tempted to short this here. Very close, actually. It's not even a bad priced equity just for common shares short. That could easily retrace. That could easily do a minimum retrace there. That's a freaking nat. That's a crazy move, eh? Interesting. So 80, 75 is a big area. Interesting. Cabin's gonna wait for WDC to hit 120. Yeah, I'm tempted to short it here with some comments, but you think 120? Holy, another 25% or so higher? That would be insane. I mean, here's the thing, right? You're going against the trend shorting it here. It hasn't given you any sort of a lower low here, but the rubber band is stretched. If you believe in mean reversion, you know, it's certainly very extended. And it's not just extended on a technical basis. The fundamentals are stretched to the max here. Fundamentals are also stretched. I'm going to wait a little bit more. I'd like to see if it can retrace this little hourly candle, but it's close. It's very close here. Very, very close in my opinion. Options are from 1 to 5 on the gaps. I'm still not really understanding what that means on the chart. What do I see here? Background. Oh, FIGR hitting a little bit of a level here for me. FIGR. New lows there. Coming into a bit of a buy zone, guys, for figure. Look at that, hitting a buy level. I'll let you know if I take it, guys. Caleb needs a green day. I just use my fingers to count. Yeah. All right, guys, I just picked up some common shares long on FIGR 3032. This is very risky, 3032. And I'm going to keep that stop loss in place, taking another stab at it. I don't know why that's not coming down. New lows on the session for FIGR. New lows on the session. SPY still hanging in there. Tesla still hanging in there. Nice little bounce so far. Come on. S&P 500 still acting well. Gonna tighten up the stop loss to about 29.70. Google's still pressing. S&P still moving. Nvidia's slightly negative. S&P 500 still acting quite well. Google going for a new high of day. Ethereum up 1.5. Marvell under some pressure. Oh yeah, but very interesting. Rams printing on Netflix. Go JP, go. Even Beyond Meat is catching a bid today. That ticker was, I thought that ticker was dead. Maybe people are confused and they're buying figs instead of fig. Fig seems to be doing well. Maybe people people are buying the wrong fig here. They're gonna take SPY to the devil numbers. That's what Cabin is saying. 666 on SPY, 6666 on SPX. Maybe. Maybe so. Let's look at airlines. They're still trying to bounce a little bit. Wow, UAL, huge move back to the upside. Jets still doing well. How's Boeing doing? Wow. Look at Boeing, guys. Struggling. Daily chart on Boeing. Can go a little lower. Alright. Figure is trying to make a little bit of a move here. Google's still pushing new highs. Ripping to the upside. Go figure, go. Alright, so figure right now, where we just bought in, is roughly about a 21% premium from your initial investors. So that's a nice little move starting to shake up. SPY's still putting in this bull flag consolidation on the 1 minute chart. Still higher lows. You're very close to making a higher high. It looks like it's going to try to do that. We'll see if it can. Running into a little bit of resistance though. But S&P not looking too bad. Yeah, opens up to 1040 now. 77% on the tape. Volumes coming in on the markets and figure. Come on, figure. Push it, push it. SPY still trending. A little bit of top wick distribution hitting Google. App 11 going to break 600 over the next few trading sessions. Yeah, App 11's very, very strong. Very, very strong. I mean, the whole market's just absolutely flying, right? Strong stocks are ripping. App 11's ripping. Oracle had a nice little 1 minute bounce there. Google up 1.1%. Looking at RSP today. Huge bull rally in relative strength SPY. Look at that. Is that new 52-week highs for RSP? Yeah, that's new all-time highs for RSP, guys. So a clear breakout. They keep buying this market up in full force. Unwavering strength right now. IWM is up 1.66%. QQQ up 0.6. Qs are lagging. SPY up 0.85%. Dow Jones 46,000 up 1.33%. Bitcoin kind of lagging here. BTC not really performing as well with the market. Ethereum's doing a little bit better, but also not performing as well as you would have expected with the market. Tesla going for new highs now. Lumber's getting toasted right now. How is some of these higher short interest names that everyone has forgot about? Let's look at Kohl's again, KSS. Is that due for another short squeeze? Maybe. Kohl's has been grinding up here. What about Dunkin' D Nut? Oh, D's nuts. Yeah, I mean, Dunkin' Donuts could be ready for a squeeze itself. It's up 4.83%. Trying to move off the lows here. Let's see this weekly candle. So you're actually holding inside of this weekly volume here. You've done now 2 weeks of back testing there. Interesting. A little bit of an aggressive long. Kind of some lottos on DNUT. Could work out. Give yourself time though. But if you were to get a weekly close back below this volume surge, That's kind of your stop loss. But for 2 consecutive retests, they're defending that same little area, showing that there is some signs of accumulation in those names. Interesting. Kind of interesting. Let me look at my other short list here. What do I got? High short interest names. All right, let's go through some of these high short interest names here. Rumble daily chart, super depressed, maybe holding a higher low, perhaps another little down leg. UPST today, not doing too much there for UPST. Holding a volume area, point of control. Looks like it wants that gap fill though. UPST could see a sharp intraday reversal if you swept this pivot high and filled this gap. That could see it. Figure coming in a little bit here. Riley Financial, RILY, that's looking like it's got some momentum. Yeah, that's looking like it's got some serious momentum. Wow. Not a bad looking chart. Interesting. Trupanion. Let's see Trupanion here. Trupanion kind of looks a little bit like how Chewy was looking before it had that big bounce. Nice bounce, defending double bottom on Figure. Come on, hold that level, Figure. Hold it. Hold it. AI is making a nice bounce today off of the lows. Really strong bounce. S&P going for another high of day. Sava. That name hasn't really run much. Sava Sciences. I remember trading this one back in the day when it was running like crazy. Remember these blow-off moves Sava was printing. Interesting. A little bit of volume increasing down here. LMND. A little bit lower. Not a bad defending of support there for ULCC. Interesting. Let's look at PCT. Trying to move. How's 3D stocks doing? DDD. Yeah, 3D stocks, triple D there, trying to make a little bit of a move. How's Canada Goose? So winter's coming up. Maybe good to trade Goose here on the long side. Front run the winter season. Chart's not looking bad actually. Got some momentum. IONQ having a big day today. Nice breakout on IONQ. This has got some serious momentum as well. ABR. S&P 500 new high of day. Wow. Ripping. ABR not looking too bad. How's Plug Power doing? Trying to hold that daily chart support. Interesting. ENVX getting absolutely slammed here. Still weak on the tape, but a lot of volume traded down there. Let's look at AAOI. Not a bad daily chart, trying to break out of this little bit of a consolidation zone, holding at the highs. Could be due for a little bit of a run. Also another high short interest name that's showing some daily chart momentum, weekly chart momentum as well. Interesting. AOI looks pretty good. Not a bad looking chart. Interesting. Still quite a few good looking charts in the market. Certainly some extended ones, but still quite a lot of other ones that could run here. Let's look at VFS, VinFast Auto. Oops, VFS. Figure still just holding at that long level. I'm waiting for it to catch a bit of a bid, but struggling right now. Children's Place, PLCE. Wow. Look at that. That one's starting to squeeze as well. A little bit of sell side pressure off your daily 200 moving average. It's got some momentum. Winter's coming. Where I am, Canada. I mean, we got fall still, so but the market's always forward looking, right? You want to be buying a stock like Canada Goose in anticipation that it's going to get some inflows of people buying new jackets and apparel in preparation for their winter season. That's their bigger market in their winter season. Caleb saying stopped out of A-Lab for a loss. Yeah, it's still showing some strength. The market's still tough, right? But you're still trading into a big deviation zone. Still a lot of resistance up here on A-Lab. Still think it's going to come in a little bit. But the indices are tough right now. They're not wanting to give up any of their gains, so stocks are still holding. S&P 500 is still trending super, super high. Trying to break out here. SPY's printing new highs. GME looking constructive. Let's take a peek at GME. Yeah, SPY breaking out here. Yeah, GME is trying to break out intraday here. Yeah, GME not looking too bad. S&P 500 still trying to hold some structure here. S&P 500 going for 658, breaking out to the high side here on a lot of volume. We're in full-fledged squeeze mode now. End of day target could be 648, 43. Markets are pumping here. Tesla's still off of the highs. Nice little ascending triangle breakout on the S&P 500. They are keeping us remarkably strong. S&P 500 squeezing. Squeezing. You got Amazon still slightly negative, Nvidia slightly negative, IWM up 1.8%, Microsoft just barely green up 0.6, Apple ripping up 1.42, Google up 1.25, Meta slightly green, Tesla up 5.49, Netflix up down 3.4, JP Morgan having a stellar day up 1.64%. Markets are still trying to push here. SPY hitting 658 and then some, new all-time highs yet again in the S&P 500. Super strength in this market. Markets are still in full-fledged rally mode. Nice little reversal back higher on Smith & Wesson, SWBI. Trying to make a bit of a move here. Yeah, open's crazy. I mean, I don't think it's justified up here, but again, stellar move. Can't deny it. If you were long, amazing trade. I was not long it. So it's been a huge move. But yeah, I think it's a pump and dump. Nothing really fundamental change other than a CEO, and really it's still a tough business. But it's also liking the low interest rates, right? Kind of that real estate stock that is trying to basically pump on the back of low interest rates. Look at XLRE, even though it's not in the real estate sector, but in the ETF, it's still pumping here to the high side. So very strong move there for XLRE. But it's just a strong rally today. Markets are trending on the back of rate cuts. And this is kind of almost a blow off top move. Yeah, it's been a wild day for sure. I made money on my swing trades, especially Tesla, but I lost on my short trades, on my day trade. I will admit that. I lost over $1,000 shorting SPY. But made on Baidu, made on Tesla today, closed out my Tesla. but unhappy with my SPY short. It would have been a stellar day had I made money on my SPY short. FIGR trying to make a little bit of a run here into the end of the session. Let's see if we can catch a bit of a nice bid off of the lows. Again, I'm still looking for a move to 31.85 as my first trim. Open going to 12 now. Crazy. Final 20 minutes in the tape, and it does look like they're trying to do a full-fledged squeeze of this market into the close. A full-fledged squeeze. Do I stand all stream? Most of the time. I'm actually sitting right now. I stand always in the morning when I'm literally day trading and scalping. Right now, I'm just in relax mode. Market's unwinding, coming to an end here. But every morning I stand from like 9 o'clock till about 11:30, 12. Right now I'm sitting though. But I do stand for most of the session. All right, figure is trying to make a little bit of a move. At least we can make a little bit of a scalp here into the end of the session. Looking for about a 5% gain here into the close. Come on, figure. S&P still pushing. Tesla stalling. Curve saying WLDS is unwinding. Yep, a little bit of unwinding. All right, figure momentum's coming in here, guys. FIGR starting to get some serious volume. It is really pushing with the market here. Come on. Figure, take us. I wouldn't mind trimming this position. Here we go. Come on. Here we go. Push it. Push it, FIGR. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. I'm just looking at trading off of these little bit of a fib levels. Open puts getting creamed. Yeah, opens definitely extended here. It's up 75%. Got lots of time though. Trust me, that stock's makes big moves very quickly. It's very volatile. It's very volatile. Lots of time left on those contracts. 1 day move of 81%, you're going to have some profit taking for sure. SPY coming in just a little bit. Google's still ripping up 1.23. Tesla's starting to curl in a little bit, guys. SPY getting a little bit heavier here. Potential little liquidity grab on your 5 and 10-minute chart. Starting to occur. Your weakness is creeping in from your mega cap tech. Late in the session here. Nat gas still down sharply. Crude oil down 2% on the tape. You think open's going to gap up tomorrow? 20% move higher on open tomorrow to 1281? Geez, I'd put 50% of my portfolio in that short then. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, if it gapped up tomorrow, I'd be probably throwing like 40,000 into some puts. A lot of mixed opinions here. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, guys. Just remember, the markets have had a huge day today. A lot of blow-off shorts. A lot of shorts got creamed. I got positions on the short side that are underwater as well. But I'm still net long the market, so I've trimmed quite a few big swing trade positions on the long side, selling into the strength. That being said, everything happens in stages, guys. We'll see what happens. That's what makes a market. Stocks can easily go up tomorrow, but we're getting very extended here. SPX target of 6,600, psychological whole number is approaching. You've had really strong moves in Google. You've seen certain key leading semiconductors go through distribution today. Micron's extended. AMD's been weak. Figure trying to make a move here. Starfirst saying Tesla could see 370 by tomorrow. Yeah, it's holding a nice breakout, right? Trying to at least. Tesla's strong, for sure. Defending SPY off that previous pivot. Let's see some of our other mega cap techs. They are defending, pushing Apple up. Trying to bounce Nvidia. AMD still a little bit weak. AVGO still a little bit weak. Google coming in just a touch here. Tesla still holding steady. IWM still holding strength. S&P still holding strength. Come on, figure. Get a little bit of a pump here into the close. I'd like to take some profits. LAZR going through a little bit. Let's look at Duolingo again. That's consolidating. Oracle. Oracle still coming in. AVGO. That's still pretty weak on the session there. So you sold your figure for a small loss, dollar cost averaging while it was going down, saved you, okay? Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. Got to feel comfortable. I'm still up about $1 here per share. I'm still holding my long. Hoping for a quick impulse move into TP1. Caleb selling his open puts at a 19% loss. S&P 500 still holding steady. You have open starting to see a little bit of selling at the high, a little bit. BABA coming in. Tesla still strong. Gold still trying to push slightly negative for gold. Snapchat still doing well. Let's see what else. Nat gas getting clobbered today. Come on, figure. FIGR trying to push, guys. Trying to push. I know, that's what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for a late day squeeze and to get out of my puts, to get out of my figure as well. I'm not really confident holding it overnight because they could gap it up, they could gap it down. But I'm looking at closing this trade by the close. I'm just hoping we get a nice quick move into this TP1 zone. I'm looking for a quick impulse green candle to exit. SPY still going for new highs. Come on, FIGR. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Push it, push it, push it. Alright guys, I'm keeping that break-even stop loss on FIGR here into the close in case they knife it down. But I do have a break-even stop on FIGR, just in case. SPY still acting very strong. GME trying to get back above 25. Okay, interesting. Come on, FIGR, get it, punch it through. Where's my impulse candle? Come on. This is where the big moves happen here. Come on, figure. Push, push, push. Push it up. Push it up. Baba curling slightly lower here into the close. You got Google dumping into the close. Open is seeing some distribution into the close. S&P still holding near the highs. Hard candle down. Nvidia, Amazon still negative. Tesla still 5.6. Nice little distribution on open coming in at the high here. A-Lab starting to see a little bit of distribution. Let's look at Broadcom here. AVGO still just trading flat. Oracle starting to come in just a little bit. S&P 500 still holding well, but seeing a little bit of top wick distribution on volume there. A little bit of an hourly topping tail forming on open. How many shares do we have traded today on open? We got almost a billion. Come on, can they hit a billion shares? Can they get another 30 million here into the close? Can we see another 30 million shares traded on open here into the close? That would be epic. Another day where it trades a billion shares? That's crazy. Crazy. All right, FIGR, come on, pop this bull flag. Give me a pop. So guys, there's 6 minutes left in the session. I'm going to be exiting figure no matter what. I'm going to be closing the full long position out, but I'm hoping for a little pop here into the close. There she goes. Come on. Come on. Impulse it. You got more. You got more. Come on. Little bit more, figure. Ah, not wanting to do it. All right, I'm going to move a stop loss, guys, in the money here. 31.17 stop loss. 31.17, that's a hard stop. So that trade, come on, that's a hard stop. Still looking to exit off of this TP level. If we get a quick impulse candle, I will be doing a market sell. Come on. It's coming, it's coming. Come on, S&P seeing a little bit of selling. 5-minute chart, seeing some distribution. Hard 5-minute down candle. Come on, figure. Push it, push it, push it, push it. If we get an impulse candle, I will be just hitting a market sell. We're close, guys. We're very close. Come on. What the heck? We got a little bit of a moving average starting there on the 1 minute. I'm still holding. Got 4 minutes left. Gee. I just pulled profits at 31.83. I got a fill. I'm out 31.83. I'm all out of figure. Just under 5% there. The pump on figure. Holy moly. Crazy. Figure's done there. Slip back to SPY. Oh well. Look at the drop on SPY there. Whoa. Guys, that is the market session. Nice little volatile candle into the end of the close as some profit taking occurred. Sorry about the SPY puts today. Nevertheless, good job on closing Tesla and Baidu call options for wonderful, wonderful wins. We'll see if Open can hold these gains into tomorrow. Tomorrow is 0DTE Friday, so there's going to be a lot of extra volatility. Friday's always a interesting trading session because everything is 0DTE in there. Again, there's going to be a lot of movement and a lot of opportunities tomorrow. I certainly think so. Nevertheless, thank you, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Numbers up, and what do you get? 666. Yeah.